2, 1, live.
Good morning. Calling to order, recognizing the quorum of commissioners, I call the January 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. I will generally summarize our agenda. We'll start with commissioner comments and updates before we begin the marijuana transporter licensee's public listening session. After that, we have 4 items under commission discussion and votes. Marijuana establishment agent badging discussion, delivery to no towns, a job description for employees relations manager, excuse me. In a legal interventions discussion, I understand prior to that last agenda item, we will be adjourning into executive session first, and we will then reconvene an open session.
Correct.
I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hands to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'll turn things over to my colleagues for any comments or updates. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order. I'll give my comments last, so begin with Commissioner Camargo. Mid mouthful. I'll quickly jump over to Commissioner Roy.
Really, no, just not a lot of comments. Just glad to see folks here from third-party transporters, and looking forward to hearing from all of you today, whether you're in person or remotely. I read all the written testimony, and looking forward to having this productive conversation today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Camargo.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for being here. And those that are online for the third-party transporters. I know we started having conversations with you all a few years ago, and unfortunately things take time, but I'm glad that you all are here. And at least for myself, what I'm looking to hear today is not just about 2 agents in a car, but about your license type holistically. So I'm hoping that some of your comments include that. If they don't, please feel free. And I also wanted to say for the general public and just for us here, today's the 23rd, and I know that we had asked for comments on the social consumption regs. It is the informal comment period. I know some folks have, called and emailed and said, hey, can I get it in by 5 o'clock today? Can I do your best to get it in? Obviously, we're not going to say no if you send it in tonight, but it's going to be helpful for us because we'll go back and look at the red lines that we currently have, look at the comments, see what we need to adjust before we start the formal process of the social consumption regulatory framework. And looking forward to attending the MMA conference tomorrow. I know it's going on today. And yeah, so thank you. Excited to be here today and to have folks in the audience to tell us more about their license type.
Thank you, commissioners. Take it back to my comments. Yes, just to thank you, Commissioner Camargo, the reminder about the informal public comment period closing. Thank everybody who has already submitted some comments, got some in late yesterday as well and this morning. Also want to thank the Mass Municipal Police Training Committee who hosted us on Tuesday. For further discussion on social consumption. It is our second time visiting with them, and they have expressed a strong interest in partnering with us on the social consumption framework, as well as providing some insight and thoughts with respect to what we hope will be required RBT training for anybody working in a social consumption establishment. That's all I have. We will now move on to the public listening session for our marijuana transporter licensees. For some housekeeping guidelines for those wishing to testify, please add your name on the sign-up sheet. It's up here, so if anybody came in late, we'll certainly be happy to add you. We'll take testimony in order of sign-in. If there are elected officials who wish to testify, they may go first. I don't see any. First, again, we'll hear testimony from those who are in person before moving to those who have opted to testify virtually. Please be advised, and we're switching from in-person to virtual testimony. We'll take a quick recess before and after the virtual testimony concludes. In order to allow us as many people as possible to testify, we will be limiting testimony to 3 minutes. Speakers are invited to come to the podium at the front of the room, introduce themselves and what entity or organization they represent. Speakers may be asked follow-up questions at the discretion of the commissioners. The commission asks that speakers use respectful language. The commission encourages speakers to submit their testimony in writing as well. For those who cannot attend this public meeting in person, written testimony regarding the transporter license may be submitted to the commission at cccmass.com with the line regulatory amendment testimony. All right. So I will start with our list. I'm going to first invite Raphael Richter to come. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Points for materials.
Okay. I'll have to lean over a little. Sorry, Ms. Live.
It should be.
All right.
Is it on?
Green.
It's green.
Okay.
Looks good.
All right.
Hi, Raphael Richter, Eagle Eyes Transport Solutions. As you may know, Eagle Eyes Transport Solutions was the first licensed third-party transporter in Massachusetts, commencing operations in July of 2020. We operate a 20-vehicle fleet, employ 45 agents, and provide full-service distribution, warehousing, and transportation, exclusively for CCC licensed entities. Through 2024, we have transported over 100,000 manifested shipments. We are proud to report we've had 0 security incidents in nearly 5 years of operation and over 2.7 million miles traveled in Massachusetts in our fleet vehicles. We appreciate this opportunity to share our feedback on the so-called 2-agent rule and suggested changes that we believe will create a successful long-term path for this license type, but without any compromise to safety or public health. Business-to-business cannabis transportation, in our observation, is often poorly understood part of the industry. The use of our services is entirely optional on the part of other licensees, and regulations provide limited efficiencies in how a third-party transporter can operate as compared to those entities transporting for themselves. We want to emphasize that the services our company and others in our section of the industry provide are extremely critical to the success of all license types. It's a section of the cannabis industry that has many challenges, none greater than the combination of these two facts. We have no exclusive right to operate in our specialty, nor any altered regulations that make it less expensive for us to operate. Additionally, aside from testing labs, third-party transporters are the only license type that are prohibited from operating any other synergistic cannabis business license types. We must exclusively provide third-party transport, which greatly limits the economic potential of the license type as compared to the others, all of which are allowed to perform their own transportation as well. Well, we feel there is a good argument that all licensed entities should be required to use a licensed third-party transporter for non-affiliated transfers and only be allowed to self-transport affiliated transfers. We do not feel this is a viable path for the matured industry at this time and are not suggesting that change. However, we do think it is very reasonable that third-party transporters be granted some transportation-related operational efficiencies in order to be financially successful in the long term. All license types except third-party transporters should continue to be required to use 2 drivers, except those home delivery operators that have already been granted the right to use 1 driver and the limited allowance for 1 driver for lab samples. Allowing all license types to use 1 driver would likely put the viability of third-party transportation license types in jeopardy, as there would be even less of an incentive for entities to use third-party transport services than there are today. Already, as it stands today, the vast majority of transportation in Mass occurs by entities performing the transportation function themselves. Third-party transporters that have been licensed and operating for several years are professional transportation and logistics companies with transportation capabilities and processes that are generally more robust than entities that self-transport. This is in large part due to our professional transport agents who undergo extensive training and only perform transportation-related functions on a large scale as their core job every day. I see I'm almost out of time. I don't have too much longer than I need to say. Maybe you'll just give me an extension of 30 seconds. Briefly on the topic of home delivery and how that discussion relates to this one. The CCC responded with a regulatory change for home delivery licensees that was almost entirely centered around making a license type more successful. We believe that decision sets some precedent for this discussion and your serious consideration of our request. It is worth noting that home delivery licensees for which you granted the one driver rule change can now also enter the business-to-business transportation space as existing licensee transporters pretty easily. But qualified third-party transporters cannot do the inverse and perform home delivery. Under the current regulations, home delivery licensees are required to use 2 drivers for business-to-business transportation. If you were to grant the one driver rule change to all license types and not just third-party transporters, you have effectively granted home delivery operations a strong advantage of scale in business-to-business transportation that was never and is not now available to third-party transporters that have been licensed much longer. And then I go on to suggest, and I won't read them, a bunch of changes, but our overall suggested change for you today is simple and fair. Allow third-party transporters to have 1 agent staff transport vehicles. And that's our request. Recognizing that I'm out of time, I've suggested specific language changes in Appendix A that I trust you'll be able to look through. And I just want to reiterate that unlike every other cannabis business license type in Massachusetts, except the testing labs, third-party transporters are limited to only providing transportation services. And additionally, testing labs are required to be used by all entities, whereas transporters are optional. We hope you'll give strong consideration to our suggested changes so that third-party marijuana transporters may have a greater chance of long-term success. The initial regulations that created the framework we operate under today are outdated, and updates can be well informed by the 5 years of experience. Thank you so much.
Hold on just a second. Any questions?
Thank you, Raphael.
Sure.
So that was a lot in a short amount of time.
3 minutes.
And I'm trying to digest it all. So, and I'm going back to the document that Matt had sent, and I know Commissioner Camargo was talking about it earlier. And so, and this has always stayed in my mind when we met. It's that the definition of a marijuana transporter is conflicted in other parts of the regulation, because for 935 CMR 500.002, a marijuana transporter is defined, means an entity not otherwise licensed by the commission that is licensed to possess marijuana products solely for the purpose of transporting temporary storage, sale, and distribution to marijuana establishments, or MTC, so B2B. But not to consumers. Marijuana transporters may be an existing licensee transporter or third-party transporter. You are the latter. So the definition of existing licensee transporter is a marijuana establishment that wishes to contract with other marijuana establishments to transport their marijuana products to other marijuana establishments, but they have other license types. So that in itself is conflicted with the definition of a marijuana transporter if an existing licensee transporter has other license types, right? That's what you brought to me. So it's inherently conflicted right in the regs as they stand right now. So what you're proposing, if I just want to make sure I understand, is to go to 1 agent in the vehicle. That's what you're proposing, but not only for transporters, but not to include existing licensee transporter. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because an existing licensee transporter, of course, in many cases is a producer or a cultivator or another entity to which, again, a third-party transporter, and we didn't create these licenses, we all applied and got them under the framework that existed at the time, but we can't do what an existing licensee transporter can do. We can't buy product, which an existing licensee transporter can do through their other license types generally.
Right.
And that is
They're B2B as well.
They certainly can be.
So there can be B2B.
Right.
So performing essentially the same function, but with the ability to have additional license types.
Yep.
If I may.
Yeah.
You're all set?
Yes.
Well, it's to Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, that one pager that we're talking about,
Yeah,
I think that came in almost 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But if you have it, can you re-forward it to us?
of course.
Also, I think forward it back to you all, because wherever it came from, I think it was, I think
Matthew sent it to me.
Matt sent it, but you guys laid out, a few things, and I was saying this earlier, for you guys to go back and look at it and see if you're still on the same page with that, because again, it was 2 years ago, and then maybe we can put it into record as well. But I just want you guys to look at it before.
Yeah, and this will go into, I read from it, so I will make sure it goes to our legal team. This will be memorialized in our minutes.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I forward it.
Yeah, I have it, yeah. I've had it with me I printed it out, but now today I don't have it. Okay.
So, and I just have a follow-up too. So you feel that going from 2 to 1, but excluding the existing licensee transporter is more advantageous than the ability to scale to other license types?
Yes.
Just want to be clear.
Yeah, simply put, yes. I mean, third-party transporters have invested for 5 years in the existing framework that exists and built our businesses around what exists. A fundamental change that, say, just makes them essentially the same at this point is pretty unfair. And again, there really is no real obvious reason at this point, 5 years in, to go for a third-party transporter license. When you're looking at the layout of the marketplace, you'd say, well, I would just get a licensee transporter. And so third-party transporters are disadvantaged because we just have nothing we can do that's special, right? Everybody else can do what we can do, and they can do it in the exact same way. Yet we do have a specialty in it, and we have a robust, scaled operation. I believe all the third-party transporters, or most of them. And I would say that agents are, significantly trained. That's all they do. They have a strong specialty in the business of transportation, related regs and such.
So walk me through, and so compare and contrast the third-party transporter to existing licensee transports. Explain to us the advantages the existing licensee transporter has over the third-party transporter.
Raphael, before you go, Commissioner, if I may, to clarify something before he answers
Yeah.
to your question.
Yeah.
Chairman, yeah?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just to be clear, the existing transporters, you said they're allowed to buy product? They're not allowed to buy product?
Through their other license type.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Existing transporter license as it is right now is not allowed to buy product.
Right, so no one would get an existing licensee transporter license before, obviously,
Right.
having another license type. And so the disadvantage is that you have another license type, say cultivation.
Right.
You want to distribute your product, but getting an existing licensee transporter license, you can also then combine other runs as much as you would create scale from other entities as well. And you can do that all the while by also being able to essentially run a full service distribution operation because you can buy, right? At this point, an entity such as ourselves, we essentially consign product in order to sell it, which, as you noted, by the 4 things we're allowed to do, selling is one of them, but we can't buy. That's one of the principal disadvantages, is that an entity holding those licenses, whether it be cultivation or production, right? They can have already made a decision or can make a decision to very easily enter our space with that significant advantage of being able to build it off the back of not only their own distribution operation, but being able to buy.
So they can deliver for less.
I would say that ultimately that's correct. Yeah, this is an economic plea to you today to ultimately go.
So if I own Kim Roy's Cannabis and I'm a cultivator, but I have a transporter license, so I can not only take my product B2B, but I can go to Bruce Stebbins Cannabis and pick up Bruce Stebbins Cannabis and Maurice Camargo's Cannabis and then bring it to a B2B. So
Not to mention retailers could do it too. Retailers which are in a very good position to do so. I didn't mention them, but that's yet another powerful license type in the sense that they can get an existing licensee transporter and create a line run type of situation that competes with third-party transporters.
even though the definition in our regulations, a transporter means an entity not otherwise licensed by the commission. So there's the conflict.
I reckon that is, I would say, kind of there is a conflict there.
Yeah.
It's true, and that needs correction. I didn't come sort of specific
No,
today, but I would agree that at the same time, you would want to improve that language. There are other transportation related issues, but recognizing we only have 3 minutes and this is really the main one,
Yeah,
I stuck to the one topic today.
if I may, just a commissioner. Yeah, no, but Commissioner, and that's what I said in my opening remarks, right? That, it's not just, the 2 agents in a car, right? And I hope that folks can kind of put that on the side. We get it. I think it's really listening to the other situations that this license has, because you guys have been in business 5 years and you guys are the first ones. The market has changed, the business models have changed, right? So I think it's helpful for us to hear, even though you're past your 3 minutes, it's okay. We need to hear this because it's the only opportunity we have to have real dialogue with you all, so.
Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, so don't feel like, don't feel like.
We
You guys
told
sit
you
here
we
and
could hold you longer if we had questions, so.
Yeah.
3-minute rule.
Yeah, but Commissioner Roy, to your point, that is a situation, and that's why I've held that one pager, which I can't find right now, for the last few years with me, because it has some really good information that they were able to break down for us, so.
So Raphael, just to recap, again, your primary asks are what?
That it's a simple ask that third-party transportation license types be allowed to use one driver, one agent
At all times.
at all times in the business.
That's the primary ask here.
Correct. And definitely everything that I've laid out for you is in here for your ability to reference later, and I'll send it digitally as well.
So currently, under the current regulatory scheme the last round, so third-party transporters and ITLs can pick up with one agent, as long as it's under 5,000. But you guys, what's your average carry? Like, what's your average haul, if you will, at one time?
I didn't come prepared to speak with that data today. I'd have to follow up with you with the exact amount. I wouldn't want to guess, but it would be
Safe to say it's-
significantly more.
Yeah, it's safe to say it's.
We carry extensive insurance policy. I mean, every entity as required by the commission carries extensive cargo insurance policies.
Yeah.
As you'll see in here, we suggest significant additional security features to make this happen, not just with the status quo on security. If you want me to, I'm happy to lay out those briefly. But that's what we're looking for.
And you share with us you've had no incidents,
We have not. No,
knock on wood, right?
knock on wood. Yes, always.
Okay. Good,
Are you good?
think so.
Okay.
At the moment.
Now I have questions for you, only because you touched on some of the additional training that you do for your employees, kind of above and beyond some of the basic RDT stuff, right, that we do. Give us some insight into what that kind of employer provided training includes for the folks that work on your team.
Sure. I would say the biggest aspect is the on-the-job training in reality. And so we have proposed in here that in order to have one agent used, an employee would have to be employed by the transporter for at least 6 months. It's the best training that you get is going out with an experienced, seasoned transport agent and just seeing all the different, very varied, as everybody can speak to, types of drop-off and pickup situations.
Okay.
So that principally, that pairing up is with a senior driver is the main enhancement. And I would say because of that scale, and it's all they do every day, that's the primary way. In addition, and I could try to send you sort of a little bit of follow-up, we definitely undertake onboard training that we would consider to be only related to transportation and of course the general cannabis regulations, and those are thorough and robust. But I really would say that it's really that experience and that on the job training for those first 6 months.
Appreciate that.
Yep. All right, free to go. Thank
You're
you
good.
so much.
You're all set.
Thank you, Raphael. Thank you.
All right. Done.
Request.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just have a request for our I&E team listening. When we did this with delivery operators and couriers, we asked for all the list of all the NODs. And you provided that for us. If it's not too much of a heavy lift, I'd love to see some of the NODs. And I appreciate Raphael sharing there were no incidents, but I just to be fair, we did it with the last group and we should do it with this group too.
If I may,
Mhm.
Commissioner Roy Luis is here from the I&E team, right? As project manager. Yeah, so he can probably, because I don't see anybody online right now. Okay, but maybe just, writing those notes down. Yeah, follow. Yeah. You're it right now in the. Welcome to the commission. Luis.
Lucky you. All right. Next on the list is Matt Knox.
Just continue with some of
There you go.
the features that she was able to mention.
Sure.
So, as Raphael mentioned, the only thing we do is transport. As such, the technology we've put behind our vehicles and our dispatching is greatly enhanced for that feature. We have a dedicated dispatcher who's located at our base of operations. He will be monitoring up to 20 vehicles before another dispatcher. He monitors up to 20 vehicles before another dispatcher is put into place to monitor 21 through 40. The vehicles are equipped with, will be equipped with dual GPS systems. If you allow this one driver change, currently they only have one. They have burglary alarm systems, multiple locking systems, and we have recently put in kill switches so that the dispatcher can remotely enable a kill switch upon arriving at a location or a pit stop for bathroom. Most of the vehicles, of course, also have the slick locks that are connected to them, which are extra security upon getting into them, as well as the dispatcher having a live camera view into the cab, the front, and the cargo area at all times. As we stated before, we don't believe that the two driver from a security aspect is really doing anything, whether there's 2 drivers or 10 drivers. If they are approached from an offender, our SOPs dictate to de-escalate and to walk away. We are not going to have our guys, whether there's 1 or 10, get into an altercation over product. So our thought process is, again, live feeds into the vehicles so that remotely the dispatcher has full view into the cargo as well as the cab in all times. If that single agent has to go somewhere, the vehicle will be disabled. It cannot be started. Based upon the normal security features that are already in the vehicle, it can't be gotten into either. So to me, it's actually safer than having the second driver be sitting out there at risk.
Commissioner Roy.
So the kill switch, so do they currently have kill switches?
I have a vehicle here that I brought today that has a kill switch. Yes, that I can show you and demonstrate.
But they all don't, they're not all,
They are.
they're all
in the process
equipped.
of getting it.
they're all in the process. Okay, so, and knowing that you carry higher amounts, and I read cannabis is not cash. I read it and I get that. That historically or right now, if you say you drive up, does one agent typically stay in the vehicle while the other one makes the delivery right now as we
Yes.
speak?
Yes, but for the most part, yes.
Okay,
And a lot of times, both agents are outside, actually.
okay. And so most of the time, are you delivering up to Sally ports or?
All sorts of, we have some places that have, we can pull in and we're locked in. We have some places that are, right outside.
Okay,
So, yeah, so
and generally you're under camera,
we're always under camera.
not only within the vehicle,
That's
but
the thing.
in the lot.
Right, so because we are different from home delivery, which you have already granted the ability to do single drivers driving to a location that is not
Right.
secure. We are going from secure area to secure area,
Good.
under cameras at all, including the vehicle.
So Matthew, is it plausible to say, because you are carrying higher amounts, that can you throw a kill switch during a delivery? So the kill switch is thrown while there's no one in the car?
Yes,
That can happen.
yes.
And we-
On arriving, our SOP is going to be to let the dispatcher know via Motorola. We don't use phones, we use walkie-talkies, so they have immediate access to the dispatcher without having to make.
Can the dispatcher throw the kill switch remotely?
The dispatcher will create the kill switch, activate it.
Okay.
Yes, the dispatcher who is at our headquarters is.
So
going to
who
be
throws it? The agent in the car?
Dispatcher.
The dispatcher does. Okay.
Yes, it is controlled solely by the dispatcher. In fact, the agent won't have the ability to do it because we don't want the agent to have the ability to turn it back on.
Okay. And now how do they communicate with this dispatcher? Is
We
it,
have Motorola walkie-talkies. All of our vehicles are equipped with them. We use them for our check-ins. We use them to communicate with our dispatchers if there's any issues with manifests or anything when we get to locations and, people aren't there to answer the door. We can easily radio into the dispatcher who can then make phone calls on behalf of the agent so that they are not sitting outside having to do those things.
okay. And that's the primary way they communicate with it through the walkie-talkies.
Sure.
Okay, but the dispatcher, walk us through how the dispatcher sees and like the virtual agent in the car, right?
Yep.
So talk to us about that.
So we have
technology.
software where the dispatcher has full visibility. There's one screen where he can see every single cab that's on the road in live streaming view. So we can see the guys driving, they're moving around. We can see it, and then he can immediately switch to just that one vehicle.
See in the cabin.
Yep. Show you a picture if you want. See this
Oh,
board
that's
that I-
helpful. Thank you.
that I
Thank you.
pulled out. So he has access to all the vehicles at one time.
Give one to him. He's our general counsel.
So while you only see 4 in this screenshot, he can have all 20 up at the same time, all live streaming views. And here's just an example of if he wants to zoom in on one.
Now, this may seem nitpicky, but what happens if your power goes down?
Power goes down in the vehicle, which we actually have it. It's Wi-Fi enabled. We've never had any issues where the power itself has gone down in the vehicle. We do have cameras that have gone out in the past, which we do replace, but power has not gone out in the vehicles ever. If the powers went out in the vehicles, we
What
would
if the
probably
power
end up
goes
having to
out at
send
your
a second.
facility?
If the power goes out in our facility,
Yes,
again, it never has. We have a generator
your
there.
backup.
Yep, but we can also remotely log into that if we were able, if it was necessary.
Follow-up question to Commissioner
Yeah, I'm
Ricketts.
done.
So you're talking about this kill switch and stuff that you've just introduced now is this like a new thing that you guys have put in place or a future thing? What's the purpose of?
The kill switch is in place specifically to take away any issues with security for single drive.
I see.
That's what we wanted.
That's a forward,
Yes,
yeah. Okay,
we are already able to do single driver for some lab sample pickups. So that's why we're moving towards this. We'll be able to kill that vehicle,
you
not
guys do lab pickups as
do
well.
lab pickups as well. We've already done it with the one driver, yes.
I see. So you guys kind of just went beyond what the regs say. I'm just thinking,
do.
and listen, cannabis is not cash. I'm also thinking of what the security stuff costs just by itself.
And again, it's another reason why this is what we do. So we
Yeah.
are putting the money into doing this. We are not just a cultivator or some producer that is just bringing their product today.
Yeah.
We do this across the state for everybody. This is the only thing that we do. So we have put the technology in place so that we can be secure and beyond what the reg.
Probably beyond Amazon, UPS, and the United
Absolutely.
States Post Office.
Yeah, I've seen the Amazon drivers at the end of my driveway. Nobody's watching their stuff, so.
I'm just, it just makes me think, when are we gonna when is cannabis gonna be normal? Right? And like all the other major products that people deliver. So, and I mean, here, I'm a policymaker saying that, right? But just thank you for that, because it just allows me to think through stuff. But thank you for introducing that concept and letting us know you have it.
And I appreciate this information. Matthew is very helpful. And Chair Stebbins, we had a conversation yesterday afternoon rather, and we're at the point here in the industry where, and I've said this many times, I'll consider it, if it doesn't jeopardize public health or safety, right? We all agree on that. So how do we smartly deregulate, right? That's where we're at, without jeopardizing those pillars.
Exactly.
So I appreciate the proactive steps you've already taken in sharing with us the technologies that you have, because this is highly regulated, highly taxed industry, and it can be onerous to be successful, really hard. So, I'm open to deregulate, but in a smart way, in a safe way.
Absolutely.
And so I appreciate this and the information that you have provided. And you guys have been really patient because
Yes.
we've had this one pager for a couple of, you guys came out to see me here
Yes.
another time. So I appreciate that, and whatever further information you can provide us is enormously helpful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question about that, and appreciate my colleagues' questions. For me, it's not necessarily a deregulation. I think we can look at it that way, but it's also modernizing our regulations as the industry has matured and has matured for 7 years old. But if you multiply it by 7, this year's, it's 49 years, we're a 49-year-old mature industry. But help me understand, how would you envision a delivery going with one driver in the car? That driver leaving the vehicle and it's all up to the licensee to load product? Give me a sense of how you.
In different locations, again, depending on the facilities we go to, there's a lot of times when they will bring out racks to the car where we actually will just load from outside. There are plenty of places that we can pull up and actually be locked in as well. But yes, in some instances, depending on the location that you guys have already approved as is safe for them to do those deliveries. There would be places and times potentially where that agent would have to go inside. Maybe it's a paperwork issue. And in that case, we would enable that kill switch and we would make sure that all the vehicle was completely locked up, and the dispatcher at that point in time, until the driver returns, is monitoring in a live feed that vehicle's cab and cargo. We also have the ability to have steering wheel locks too, which we have had before, but we have not really put in place as of yet, but we do have them.
Commissioner?
Talk to me about your current SOP for unplanned stop, right? Vehicle has a
Currently,
maintenance issue, a flat tire, there's somebody has to use the restroom. I mean, talk to me what your current SOP.
currently at this point in time, the drivers will Motorola to the dispatcher saying AE8 is taking a pit stop. We have an app that allows them to then put in a certain code, depending on if it's a
Depending what it is.
bathroom or whatever else.
Right, whatever.
It gets trapped into the documentation along with the latitude and longitude of where that vehicle was at that time. And then they go in, do their business and return back. And then they Motorola back in to the dispatcher, letting them know that it has ended. And then they put in another code showing that the pit stop has ended. And that again captures latitude and longitude so that we know exactly where it was. So we have duration, we have location, and the dispatcher knows that they're away from the vehicle.
Okay, and then, so fast forward, if we decide to allow the 2-to-1, we added extra precautions for delivery operators and couriers for unplanned stop. So maybe the kill switch that could, because you do have higher amounts, you know, I think we'd have to contemplate
That's where the
the
kill switch is.
unplanned stop.
That's exactly why the kill switch is part of it. That second agent will not be sitting there in most cases. So the vehicle can be locked by the steering wheel. So there is a visual deterrent, and they can also have the kill switch, which makes it mechanically unable to start until that agent returns. And as I said, again, the dispatcher at all times is monitoring through a live feed that cargo, front of the vehicle, the cab, and the cargo.
Maybe a silly question, but like, you know, our vehicles, we have panic buttons. I'm sure you have something that emanates a loud noise.
We do, which you'll hear later. Yeah, we do have a panic button.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Next on the list is Emmanuel Westfall from Blossom Flower.
Good morning. So Emmanuel Westfall with Blossom Flower. We are a delivery operator and existing licensed transporter, social equity company here in the Massachusetts space, where we opened August 3rd of last year. So our importance of we are for keeping the 2-driver rule in the cannabis industry. So I want to talk about why it's crucial to maintain the 2-driver rule for our third-party cannabis transports in Massachusetts. This regulation is not just about compliance, it's about ensuring the safety of our roads, our employees, and our communities. Cannabis transportation comes with unique challenges and responsibilities. The cargo we carry has significant value, is heavily regulated, and presents a higher risk for criminal activity. Ensuring its secure and responsible delivery is paramount, which is why keeping the 2-driver system in place is essential. One key point is driver fatigue and road safety. In the Massachusetts market, there has been 300 fatalities on Massachusetts highways, 2,000 serious injuries as of today. Fatigue is one of the leading causes of road accidents. When a single driver is tasked with long-haul trips, their physical and mental alertness can decline, leading to slower reaction times, impaired decision-making, and increased accident risk. Long hours behind the wheel without proper rest can result in micro-sleep episodes where a driver may unknowingly drift off for a few seconds, posing a serious danger on the road. By having 2 drivers on board, we reduce the chances of fatigue-related incidents. Drivers can alternate shifts, ensuring that one driver is always well rested and alert while the other task takes over. This approach significantly enhances safety, not only for our employees, but for everyone sharing the road with us in Massachusetts. Higher criminal risk due to larger cargo. So unlike retail delivery operators where that rule was passed, they usually transport directly to consumers and small amounts. Third-party cannabis transports carry significantly larger amounts, over 5,000. I have had transports in my vehicle that cleared almost 60 grand. you know, and I've heard of other people in the market that had over $100,000 in product in their vehicle. This increased value of goods make transport vehicles a prime target for theft and criminal activity. If we look at the other states of California and things of that nature, criminals are more likely to target vehicles carrying high value products and with larger quantities involved. The financial incentive for theft increases substantially. Having two drivers provides an added layer of security, deterring potential threats and ensuring a rapid response to an emergency. The presence of a second driver can help monitor surroundings, manage communication, and act swiftly in an unexpected situation, thereby reducing the likelihood of theft. I have women who work for our organization that are 4'10", that look like an easy prey target. And it's not, you know, if someone had that intention, we had it. Also, distracted driving. So cannabis transport requires drivers to handle a variety of tasks beyond just driving. We got call customers 15 minutes prior to arrival and navigate unfamiliar delivery locations. A single driver managing all these tasks increased the risk of distraction, which could lead to accidents. Navigating through congested urban areas or remote rural locations while simultaneously managing compliance-related tasks can create a high-stress environment. A two-driver system allows one person to focus entirely on driving, while the other handles communication and logistics, greatly reducing the likelihood of distracted driving incidents and ensuring compliance with delivery protocols. Understand the one driver rule for retail delivery operators, and I understand that's recently passed. The one driver rule for retail delivery operators makes sense given their unique operating conditions. These deliveries are typically within a 30-minute radius and cover a maximum of 30 miles. Frequent stops allow drivers to stay engaged and alert, significantly reducing the risk of fatigue compared to longer third-party transport routes. Additionally, retail deliveries involve smaller quantities with consumers limited to purchasing 1 ounce at a time. This drastically lowers the amount of cannabis in the vehicle compared to third-party transport, which carries much larger loads. As a result, the criminal risk are far lower for retail deliveries than for business-to-business transport. The reduced exposure to theft and shorter travel distances make the one-driver rule more suitable for these scenarios. In conclusion, maintaining the two-driver rule for third-party cannabis transport is essential for ensuring road safety, reducing fatigue, minimizing criminal risk, and preventing distracted driving. While the one-driver model for retail delivery is practical due to shorter distances and lower cargo volumes, the nature of third-party transport demands a higher standard of security and vigilance. Let's continue prioritizing safety and responsible operations by keeping the two-driver rule in place. Together, we can protect our industry, our workers, and the communities that we serve. You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel, right?
Yeah.
Well, and Blossom Flower is a third-party transporter,
An existing licensed transporter.
an existing licensed transporter.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, any questions?
Yeah, and thank you.
You're very welcome.
And talk to me a little bit about your operation. So what is your license type right now?
We have a manufacturing license,
Okay,
and we also have a delivery operator license and existing
transporter license.
transporter license. Correct.
So you have product manufacturing.
Correct.
So you're able to produce, manufacture products and then you
Take those to B2B.
B2B.
And we're also, as you mentioned earlier in the conversation, we were talking to Raphael, we also pick up transports for other businesses and drop those off.
To other businesses.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to get a full understanding of your operations. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And also, feel free to email those if you haven't already, the comments.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything? Perfect. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you so much.
Next up is, on the list is Angela Brown from T-Bear.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thank you so much, Commission, for having this. I am Angela, co-founder, CEO of T-Bear. Our brand and market is Coast Cannabis. We're the first independent product manufacturer, so we'll be celebrating 5 years in market this year. We've come a long way. I had something prepared, but of course, true nerds are taking over. And I just wanted to share a little tidbit that last night I went down the rabbit hole of pulling up all of my public comments I've prepared. And I was able to find one from 2/14/2018, so almost 7 years, asking for the two-driver rule to be removed. So I'm citing some of those same things here. As one of the first independent product manufacturers, we had to do our own delivery. So while Eagle Eyes was getting set up, we were just slightly ahead of them. So we were forced to do it ourselves. I do have to say, There are a few things I'll say. The current two-driver rule for cannabis delivery in Massachusetts is outdated and inefficient, particularly given the robust security measures that are already in place. And I applaud the Eagle Eye team for listing them out for me, so I don't take your time. We do all of those minus the kill switch at this time. Modern delivery vehicles are equipped, as mentioned, with live monitoring. We can see the views, we can tap into the camera, we can listen to our employees. While we disabled that, we do have the ability to do that. We also can see cargo, we can see the traffic behind and in front. We also have a panic alarm that will transmit live coordinates directly to emergency responders without alerting the vehicle, so that if something bad is happening, intruders are not notified that this is taking place. These technologies eliminate the need, in our opinion, for the second driver in the vehicle to ensure safety. For B2B deliveries, the journey is between two highly secure CCC-approved facilities, each with secure delivery areas, surveillance cameras, and on-site staff to ensure that deliveries run smoothly each and every day, regardless of the number of drivers dropping them off. Mandating a second driver in these circumstances is an unnecessary use of resources. Operationally experience strongly supports this argument. Since 2020, we've completed north of 6,000 deliveries on our own with no incident of theft, harassment, or safety concerns. We also outsource delivery to the 3 independent drivers, companies in Massachusetts. So you can imagine we've done north of the 6,000 deliveries leaving our facility. This track record, alongside the successful removal of the 2-driver rule for B2C and lab transportation, demonstrates that safety concerns are no longer justified. The reality is the 2-driver rule persists largely due to the industry stakeholder attempt to protect their market share rather than any legitimate safety rationale. Some argue that removing the 2-driver rule would harm our third-party delivery businesses. I truly feel this is misleading. The rule, I feel, is not the only reason that companies outsource delivery. The main factors are the cost of purchasing and maintaining a vehicle, and of course, the complexity that's been outlined prior to doing the delivery operations. For businesses that already manage their own deliveries, like ours, the 2-driver job requirement creates unnecessary costs without any added benefit, or in our opinion, job growth for that second person sitting in the vehicle. Regulatory decisions should be grounded in fairness and facts, not fear or market protectionism. The CCC's responsibility is to ensure that rules are equitable and effective for all industry participants, not to shield specific businesses from competition. Aligning Massachusetts regulations with those in our neighboring legal states by removing this 2-driver rule, which none of the states around us currently have, would allow businesses to operate more efficiently and foster a healthier, more competitive market. We see the market around us is crumbling. We have to look at each and every regulation of how it will help everyone survive. In conclusion, removing the 2-driver rule for cannabis delivery in Massachusetts will enhance the viability and efficiency of the industry, benefit consumers, and align regulations with modern delivery practices. Safeguards like technology and alternative security measures can maintain safety standards without imposing unnecessary costs. By revisiting this rule, Massachusetts will create a more equitable, accessible, and competitive cannabis market. I feel that if this is going to help our entire industry, why are we truly fighting against it? Our motto at Coast is a rising tide lifts all boats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Okay, thank you, Angela. And again, you have T-Bear,
Yes,
Coast Cannabis, and you're a product manufacturer?
that's our licensing.
Okay, and so you're existing licensee transporter.
That's what we fall under,
Okay.
yes.
So imagine, so we've had 3 very different opinions already, right?
Yes.
So we have our third-party transporters that say, allow us to go 2 to 1. And then we had an existing licensee transporter say, keep it in place. And now we have you saying, let us all do it.
I guess so, yes. Yeah, I am standing a bit on the other side of the aisle. I think what gets really confusing, and I think if for those who were around in the early days, is there was early chatter of this idea of distribution like alcohol as. And for those of us who were in the room at that time back in Boston, some in this room today, we argued against that because we all knew what that did to the craft beer market or what they had to fight against, that uphill battle to actually. So I don't want to speak at it too much, but under the old regulations under alcohol, craft beer was not included. So as we saw that explosion of craft beer and stuff, my understanding is that they were being charged an exorbitant amount to get into kind of these distribution channels. We didn't want that to happen in cannabis. It does exist as a license type in California, and we have seen it allow some to rise to the top and others to fall to the bottom because they didn't align with that distribution. So we fought against that. That's why there's no distribution license, which was early days chatter. The transportation license came in that sense of allowing, and I don't want to quote, I was catching up with the next commissioner, but it was something put in place, my understanding of the farmers, when a lot of the Massachusetts farmers said, where do we fit into this? We don't want to build a brand, we don't want to cultivate, but how can we get a piece of this? My understanding is that's where the third-party delivery license came in as a way to help. I would say, looking at figures when it comes to dollars, it is more cost effective for us right now to do our own delivery, even with 2 drivers, than outsource entirely to third party. So I think the business model of moving to 1 driver would help all, including, in my opinion, our third parties. I'm not excluding them from the argument, where some arguments I think are excluding some license types.
So just to play devil's advocate, third party is saying that that'll put them out of business, if I understand that.
And I know when we caught up off the record, Raph and I we've known each other for a long time. We date back to 2020 having coffee, or 2019. But I think that, I have a hard time kind of understanding that, because I would see if this is a burden cost for us, it's a burden cost for them. So would that allow them to bring down even their standard fee? I'll use a round number and say $100 per delivery, which I think, as far as what we pay, is on the low end for third party. So if you are able to maybe cut down to that or keep that, I don't feel that even moving it down to 1 driver would get those who are not using them to use them. I don't really think that that's the only barrier from keeping people. I think it is maintaining a vehicle. I think it's having that need for constant delivery. Like, we deliver 5 days a week. There are many groups in Massachusetts that probably don't have those delivery needs. So I think there are many things that keep groups from using it, other than the fact that they would have 2 people. For those of us who have been operating, the 2-driver rule was put in for safety. That is why it was put in. It was to eliminate something happening. The thought was diversion. We've eliminated that with cameras and technology. The argument is now shifting to protect a license type, where I feel lowering costs would help all of us and help that business hopefully get more deliveries. We are an operator that do our own delivery. We have 2 vans. We also, like I said, outsource. So people are still using the third parties.
So you are a product manufacturer?
Yes.
What do you manufacture?
Our product line is Coast. So under that, right now we have,
Yes.
concentrates, edibles, and vaporizers.
Yes. And you said you have 2 vans?
We have 2 vans. Not often are we running them both, but there are definitely, I'd say, summer Fridays, Cape Cod. So yeah, we have the ability, but that also comes for right now with staff. So there are limitations for us on that.
And at times you may also use third-party transporters.
At minimum, every single month, we are using, maybe even at least once a week, we're using a third party.
Thank you.
And I will just point out, for us, it's not just that. Sometimes it's having them take the burden. We're in Wareham, so you can imagine the drive out to Pittsfield is long. So we do put that sometimes on our third party teams, because it is also a little bit easier for our staff too, and ensures that they're not having a long day.
So Raphael shared with us, and this is helpful because this gives us context, 20 vehicles, 45 agents. And so you're 2 vehicles.
2 vehicles.
2 vehicles, okay. And so, Raphael, about how many runs a day on average?
When you say run.
Or stops,
Vehicles go out a day, or
combination?
stops, I would say an average is 25 or 30 at least.
And how many of the 40, of the 20 vehicles, how many are on the road in the course of a day on average?
Yeah, 3/4 at least.
Okay, and are your vans out every day?
Every day, 5 days a week. Yeah, we operate only 5 day a week. So when on days when we're closed for company specific holidays, or like our summer beach day, that's when we kick it to third parties to have them go out. So for our daily average, we would say it's about 6 drops in 1 van. So if both vans are going out, it's because
12 per day.
if we were, I would say more often than not, we're running one of our vans at a time.
Okay, and I know you can't speak for the whole industry, but you think this is indicative of the other existing licensees? Manny, How many vehicles do you have?
Currently we have 5,
You have 5.
correct?
Okay. And on average, are they all 5 out every day?
No. We
Well-
have 2 vehicles out every day,
2,
5 days a week.
5 days a week?
Weekends, correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I do want to make mention of the comment that she made that kind of supports my argument of they kind of send out the third parties because they're in Wareham, the further distance. Most companies aren't doing that. They're driving far around the state.
Oh, well, ours is more just, we have a start early, end early, so we have quite a few parents on our team, so we really try to be cognizant that if it's looking like a long day, not that they would go possibly like OT and they can't, that's when we'll kick it too, but delivering in the state of Massachusetts, the furthest part from us being Pittsfield, so you're looking at about, 3 hours. We've never had an incident where anyone has felt tired. Our employees report to work for 7 a.m., so they're not pulling all-nighters or anything. So we've never had an issue where someone has felt tired or had to pull over. We're blessed, and I'm gonna knock on wood, sorry for the back sound, but yeah, we've been very blessed. We've never had an incident. We've never had an employee express concern. That's where we come with the full support of our entire team, including the drivers, because I'll be honest, driving around with 2 people too is not ideal from some of our employees' point of view. Listening to the music, distractions, it's not always helpful that might be intended to do. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a visual person, so you saw me going like this. I was just mapping out. I'm looking at the whiteboard over there. I'm gonna go get it later, but
All right.
yeah, because it's like, you're a product manufacturer who delivers their own product, but also at times uses third-party transporters, and then you have existing transporters, right? So it's,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, and I think that's the confusion, because existing transporter is not a license. It's just a capability to
Correct.
transport under the 3 main license types. So yeah.
But even at that, even just for us, when you're looking at the regs line by line, word by word,
Mhm.
it's almost like, and we did this for delivery operators, but it's almost like we got to map it out. And again, I say this wholeheartedly, like, this is, to me, I'm just one vote here, but this is not just about the 2-driver rule, because this is a conversation that we've been having for almost 3 years. And once we have this conversation and we go through everything, third-party transporter, and we do our regulatory process and we get our legal team and I&E, this is the opportunity that this license has to modernize, let me say modernize, I like that, modernize this license. So I think that's where
And I think
Yeah.
that's the great argument. I guess I would encourage the third parties to fight that and say, why not us? Like, it's a strike of one line to remove that limitation. And
Is that what you're?
of saying, yeah, you can only be the third party. Like, why is that the case? Especially where we are now seeing with the change to the 1 driver, there's definitely forming a little bit of gray area between being a
Yeah, but that's
delivery
yeah,
operator.
no, but that's my point. I'm like
Right.
listening to here.
Unfortunately, you guys just inherited a lot of gray in your regulations
yes.
that we've been
Yes.
championing for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah,
No,
and
but
that's
I-
a great point, Commissioner, if I may piggyback on that why are you allowed to produce and transport, but they're only allowed to transport?
I think that that's something that could be
You're
changed.
performing the same function as them, but you have the ability to either, in your case, manufacture.
Correct.
These folks have to stay in their lane.
No, that was well, and that was how the license was
Yeah.
wrote. So I think, we were all aware of what we were getting into. I think the hardest part with 2 drivers, again, not to date, is going back to sitting in Boston and the original commissioners and them understanding that this truly was something from safety and that this would
Yeah.
be revisited. So again, you guys kind of inherited an argument that a lot of us have been having. So we're very passionate
Yeah.
about it. And, just for us, we go back to wondering the why.
Yeah. No,
Seems like it's been
yeah.
dismissed already.
So not to go over it, belabor it. So you're advocating, let them scale, but let us all go 2 to 1.
I believe everyone should be, I believe the option should be there. I would totally be open if more, I feel there are plenty of safeguards in place, but I would be open if there was communication or conversation around further
Yeah.
safeguards that were desired. But I believe, again, the option should be there, and it doesn't mean you have to. It may be if you are taking that long journey or you're doing a really big delivery, you say, hey, I'm going to send both of you out because it makes the best decision. And if we just end with this, FDA controlled substances, scheduled 1 can move with 1 driver in a CB radio.
Yeah, no, I don't have nothing else for Angela.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No, don't leave, because that's just me, but I was just gonna kind of talk to my commissioners here, but I know that in May, we're having a conversation just like this with the equity participants. And I think that's where, it's folks don't want to talk about it. You guys were in those rooms. There's folks in here that were in the delivery argument. I see Devin, and other folks, but there's a big part of this as well. I think with the original commissioners and folks who were sitting in those rooms, and when Massachusetts created these equity licenses, there's also a piece to that. And it's really hard for us to have that discussion, and people are always cautious. No one wants to say the wrong thing, and I get it. But I think when May comes around and we're looking at our equity licenses, we also have to, we need to look at this holistically, because the reason that some of these licenses were in place, the reason why, some of these security barriers were in place, it's all kind of concentric circles, right?
Yeah, a lot of duplication.
Right, a lot of duplication. But for me, it's just like thinking about this from an economic, standpoint, from an equity standpoint as well. But it's a lot, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation. But for us as commissioners, like, I'm almost like, how do we whiteboard this, right? But also sit there with our regs and look at what does this license need? But once we rip up this license apart, it's gonna affect other licenses parallel. So that's, I'm just thinking out loud, but this is, again, good conversation. And this is the only time we get to talk all together out loud. So,
It's really hard. I don't know how you guys do it.
And that's a good point, because there's going to be another B. There's going to be social consumption. That's a new B that's going to be added for possible deliveries.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know there's already some chatter around that, because it'll be small, items. It'll kind of almost be like that to the consumer or something. How does that factor, and how do you make that affordable? I mean, I'm not just, putting out there, this affects, there are SE&E applicants that have cultivation and product manufacturing. So this affects across the gamut of license types or license holders. And I think this, along with some of our even trash to people, like these are little things that affect the entire industry, and all of that affects the cost. And how can we keep businesses from going out? Because this is going to be a really tough year for the medical market, especially, but our cannabis market here in Mass.
And I'll just say, if I may, really quickly, Angela, thank you, because you cited, in Boston, the first cohort of commissioners, right? And folks I know get frustrated in the industry, but this is, a lot of work and a lot of legal, work. But just thank you for
Thank you.
speaking
We
up.
see what you
Yeah,
guys are up against from the outside. So thank you all for this.
And there's competing interests, right? So we're
We're gonna fight in the parking lot after this.
Right? So it's like, so we take it all into account.
Of course.
We try to make the best decision we can based on the information you provided. And again, not sacrificing public safety or public health or public welfare and any of those things. But we've heard 3 competing interests already.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's just starting.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
so much.
we didn't mean to keep you up here that long.
I know.
It is really hot in here.
You did a great job.
Don't be nervous.
You did a great job.
Next up is Lucas there.
Water.
Right.
Lucas, you want me to film you while you're talking?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I'm good. Thanks, appreciate it.
Hello, Lucas.
Hi, guys. So as you know, I am not a transport business operator. I do appreciate the time to speak. I am the social equity participant left behind. I graduated the social equity program in 2020. I've yet to make $1 in the cannabis industry. And I implore you all to please make the transport operator business model not only more profitable for them, but more viable as an option for operators, especially smaller operators. Smaller businesses are paying the same price tag that Curaleaf is paying for these services right now. Y'all could please force them to give 50% discount or 90% discount to social equity operators. Let's call it 50 for now, so I don't get killed in the parking lot.
Yeah.
You could put that in your regs. You could just put in your regs right now that the transport operators must, if they're delivering to or from a social equity, economic empowerment, micro business, or craft co-op, charge a 50% discount on the price. If they, sorry for this word, cry about it, y'all could potentially use this social equity trust fund, of which there are millions and millions of dollars still sitting there that we haven't been able to access yet. I do appreciate the grant. Thank you. Thank you for the sandwich. Well, we need more of that money because it exists and it's just sitting in the coffers of Massachusetts, not getting tapped into, not getting utilized, and we're all here suffering. We're all here not only suffering, but looking at other states. I'm learning right now about the regs in Virginia and Illinois and maybe going to go do business there because it's so hard to do a business here. So Massachusetts as a business and the Cannabis Control Commission as the representatives of the business of Massachusetts needs to now look at us operators as customers that are looking at 30 states that we could go and do business with. And so please be attractive as we've all put down a lot of roots here in Massachusetts and want to continue doing business here, but make it more viable. So that's one thing that could be done, is to just make it more affordable for social equity operators to do that. The 2 driver, 1 driver rule, I would like to think that y'all, when you gave them the license, said, we trust you to make business decisions that make sense for the cause of safety. The fellow who spoke about safety on long hauls, I agree. Safety on long hauls is very important. It should be in business SOPs that if the delivery is going over X number of miles, then there must be a second driver. The business itself should and could and will make those decisions for their SOPs. Every other industry has those SOPs for what is safe, what is not safe. And if you're going for 6 hours, 8 hours, then yeah, bring a second driver. And if it's a 1 hour day, it's not viable financially for the delivery or the transport operator to have to pay the second person to sit there listening to Taylor Swift in the second seat of the vehicle and really function as a box carrier. And that just drives up the cost for operators, and smaller operators are the ones that are hurting the most. It's not $100, it's like $150 or $200 per delivery. And then if you're a small operator, you have to beg your customer to pay that delivery price. But now these dispensaries, they don't want to pay a delivery price because Curaleaf will just waive the delivery price. Sorry, I'm going over the 3 minutes, but everyone else does. The Curaleaf guys are just going to pay that delivery price, which is fine. The transporter gets their $200 and Curaleaf doesn't notice. But for a smaller company, that $200 is the potential for a new piece of equipment, or maybe a bonus for their workers, or maybe more ridiculous regulations and fees that also have to get covered. So just anything in general that makes the industry more attractive for small business operators, for social equity operators, for people that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs, I'm in favor of it. So just make it more accessible for these smaller people. But I think all 3 of those points were valid. The fact that all of them invested into it, Eagle Eyes invested into it early on, into an infrastructure that was developed by arguably over-regulators. The previous commission was over-regulators, and y'all are currently fixing a lot of mistakes done by prohibitionists 5 years ago. So thank you for that. I know it's taking a long time, but thank you. I'm recognizing y'all are undoing some mistakes of prohibitionists that sat in these chairs before. Keep it up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucas. I'm confused. You said a certain entity would waive a fee?
Well, maybe not waive. That's an unreasonable
What fee were
ask.
you
A
referring to?
transport fee. So a cultivator or the store, one or the other, pays roughly $200 to one of these guys to move the weed from the cultivator to the store. If either entity in this transaction, either the cultivator or a store, is in the social equity program, economic empowerment category, and then those 2 others that are novel and don't actually exist, the micro business and the craft cooperative, which I think we have 0 of those, or maybe just a few. But anyway, those 4 categories, which absolutely we all agree deserve an advantage in this little world we have here, should get a 50% discount. We get a 50% discount on the license fee. And so if these operators are amenable to opening up for that 50% discount and then just eating that cost, that's great. And I think that's responsible business. They probably won't be. An alternative is to take that 50% that they're going to still want and tap into that social equity trust fund, not the grant that we just got, which I do really appreciate, but the millions and millions of dollars that still exist in that social equity trust fund out there in Boston, sitting in a bank account somewhere. It's real money. It's already been taxed at the stores. It's real money that's sitting in the bank account in Boston, and the legislature mandated years ago that it get used to help the people in the social equity program. And it's just sitting there in a bank account in Boston, not getting used to help the people in the social equity program. So that other 50%, so that these guys still get their $200, but the $100 that I'm asking for in the form of a discount would come from that social equity trust fund, which is millions and millions of dollars sitting in a bank account right now in Boston.
Are you talking about the new trust fund?
I'm not talking about the grants that we just got given.
Oh, I see. Okay,
You're
gotcha.
talking about the marijuana regulation fund?
No, the social equity trust fund is a bank of money.
Right.
There's a lot
We
of
don't-
it.
We don't control that.
I know, but you are effectively my grassroots lobbyist that I'm asking you to talk to the legislature and tell them to open up that money. Because the legislature, if I walk into
Who wants to
Boston,
advocate? Is that?
I'm asking for the commission to frequently, much more frequently advocate for that money to be more available and like now.
So Lucas, and I hear you and and I had said it earlier today, this industry is really difficult. It's, highly regulated, highly taxed. But you're asking for folks that are operating probably on slim margins to take a hit. That would be like us asking you, your products, when you sell to a SCP to discount 50%. Like that's a lot to ask people that are trying to pay their employees, pay their bills, keep the lights on. I'm hearing about taxes. If you pay over 150K in taxes, you got to pay ahead of time to the government, right? And you guys know that. You need cash flow. So, and I appreciate your suggestion, but that might be too onerous to ask a person they have 45 employees. They need to provide benefits to, wages to, keep their lights on. So maybe there's other ways we can look. So to
Like
help to.
Trust fund that I'm referencing.
Yes,
millions of
that's
dollars.
the way. Maybe there's other things we can look at, but penalizing another business, I don't think that's, in my one opinion, is the way. And I'm just being very upfront with you and honest, but that doesn't mean we can't look at other things, such as advocating more on the trust fund or looking at our fee structures or things like that. So I'm open to that, but I'm not open to forcing someone to take away from their cash flow. That
Are you open
that
to
might go a
amending?
step too far for me, in all honesty.
Are you open to amending your regs so it makes it less expensive for them to operate in general?
That's what this conversation is about
Yes,
today.
please do
And
that.
this is why we're here.
And then also, once you make it less expensive for them to operate, all that savings, presumably in a completely profit-driven world, would go towards profit only for them and no benefit for the general community, the Commonwealth, as we call it. But what I'm asking for is after you do these common sense regulatory changes that will inevitably cause their business model to be more profitable, they can shave off a little bit of that pie that they just got given more of and give back to people that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs as defined by the legislature, social equity operators, economic empowerment operators, micro businesses, and craft cultivators.
Now, having said that, a part of a positive impact plan is say this license type is more feasible, more profitable, and maybe in a positive impact plan, they want to provide a discount to SCP. That's their prerogative and they could be able to do that.
Y'all review those positive impact plans every year, right? A review and approve or disapprove and make suggestions on improvements. So
Right.
as a policy for one of those improvements for a transport operator, I'll meet you halfway.
Yeah.
Suggest that a transport operator give that 25% discount. Look, we're haggling for those social equity operators, economic empowerment operators, people defined by the legislature as disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. That's the suggestion. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No, Lucas.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. First of all, thank you as always for coming to our meetings and
Of course.
being a regular attendee. Thanks for your thoughts. At the same time, just picking up on Commissioner Roy's point about positive impact plans, our regs now allow, even though the fund is setting itself up to accept contributions. That is an easy way if they wanted to change their positive impact plan, make a donation to the social equity fund, kind of a roundabout way of supporting you and your business. But my other question is, you're in the process of ramping up an operation. How have you thought about getting your product to out to your customers when you're operational? Like, what options are you thinking about?
Utilizing one of the people standing here in the room.
Right.
It's, as I understand it, my only option per regulations created by prohibitionists in your chairs 5 years ago. That was a mistake made by people that are not you people. So this is a bummer that they made prohibitionist mistakes 5 years ago which caused an entire license type to come about that is based on opinions made by prohibitionists, and these people invested. I respect these investments that you guys made based on an industry that was created by prohibitionists. But now we realize that prohibitionists don't really make good decisions on the cannabis industry. And so now we have to undo a lot of those mistakes made by the previous commissioners. And I really do thank you guys for that. Before y'all kick me off, I do want to also say we should all be really afraid of what's in the White House right now, making it so that we all get arrested tomorrow. And so this might be a blink. This might be a short blink, this whole game we're playing. And any investor in this industry should and is terrified of the potential for the whole thing crumbling because of the new administration doing so much stuff. So I would implore this commission to make some kind of a statement to the federal government that says, please don't come in and arrest all of us because we all invested a lot of money into this. We're all thinking really cautiously about any investments in the future of this cannabis industry because of who's in the White House right now. So thank you for that. I'll let someone else talk.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Next up, Max D'Ambrosio from 3M or MMM Transport. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you guys for the time and the opportunity to speak. I am representing MMM Transport. We started operations in 2021. We had one van. Me and my brothers drove it around for about 18 months, so saw everything on the road firsthand. We now actually just got 4 more, so we have 18 vans. We do upwards of 200 transfers per day, and now we have 58 agents, I believe. Now, when the decision was made surrounding this $5,000 limit and one driver, it was post the public comment period, so I appreciate the ability to come speak today. Typically, between home delivery, they're carrying $10,000 at a maximum. On average, one of our vans is carrying 150 to 250,000 at any one individual moment of the day. When you have 14 of them on the road, obviously that's a lot of risk. Now, obviously there's a ton of safety stuff, which I sent a letter about previously, but I'm really here to talk about insurance. So as a third-party transporter, we have to have cargo insurance. So cargo insurance insures product while in transit that's in the back of a van. We are the only license type that has to use that. Home delivery courier would, because it's not their product that they're moving. But outside of that, someone moving their own stuff does not have to have cargo insurance. So when they move their own stuff, they don't have to have that. After speaking to various carriers, we understand that the insurance only covers the value of the product at the time. So I know based on the bulletin yesterday, you guys have heard the term for pennying out.
Yes.
So I would say the majority of the transfers that occur in the state are pennied out. So what the producers are inherently creating here is a tremendous amount of liability across the entire state, because safety and security being a cornerstone of our business, we're looking at it and we're saying, if there was 100 boxes in the back of a van for one company and we got in an accident, if they put in as 1 cent per box, my insurance is going to cover you for $1. They're expecting $40,000. That's a problem that we can't overcome. And for any MT license, I think it's conditions that we cannot operate under, because you'd be pretty much on the hook for all the risk that every company is sending out on the road each day. In preparation for this, I worked with an insurance specialist who's one of the first wholesalers for any cannabis insurance in the country. They have relationships with both carriers and wholesalers across the country, and provided me some facts. So in 2024, one of the 3 providers for this cargo insurance stopped offering the insurance in Massachusetts as well as across the rest of the country. They said the risk was inherently too great, and they paid out, I think, over $500,000 in the last in 2024 in claims. Generally, carriers across the country have found that 9 out of 10 claims in cannabis are inside jobs. Now, I think that points a little bit to kind of some of the comments that other people have made before, but I think I have better points, so I'm going to keep moving through.
Second, if I may, Chairman, can you repeat that last sentence you said? Inside job?
So inside job. So what they're saying is that it's a driver. So think about a home delivery. Yeah.
All right, I know what an inside job is, but what was your sentence? What did you say about
So
it?
9 out of 10 claims for this type of insurance are found as inside.
Got it.
jobs.
9 out of 10. Thank you.
So that's insurance fraud.
Yes. Well, it would be insurance fraud, or it would just be theft from an employee, which, might not be involved
9 out of 10 claims in Massachusetts.
across the country in cannabis.
Got it. Across the country. Thank you for.
Yeah. So, so one of the carriers that stopped, Kinsale, when they stopped offering, we had to renew this insurance in the fall. And when we went to go renew, our premium rose nearly 1,000%. Even after negotiating very hard, and we only had 2 options because the third one pulled out in this past year. We are on the hook for a $25,000 deductible. So the first $25,000 of loss we pay for, on top of the premium, which was still over $100,000. But I want to provide you with the stipulations of the insurance, which I think are the most important, and I can leave you with some of the from my actual insurance policy. I have the exclusions page. So if a non-company owned vehicle is not used during the loss, there is no coverage for the claim. If the van does not have 2 drivers, there's no coverage for the claim. If the cameras are not working, there's no coverage for the claim. If the security systems and locks are not working, there is no coverage for the claim. Lastly, and I think the most prevalent to this discussion, is if the van is left unattended, there is an incident. When there is an incident, there is no coverage for the claim. Now, I'm not here to comment on the home delivery piece, but via some of the carriers, the most common risk they see is this use of non-company owned vehicles. So one of the things that we would look for as a B2B third party is working with the CCC to get a differentiation from an insurance designation versus home deliveries who will be using 1 drivers versus us who want 2 drivers. But by following the regulations, having us go in, because we always, as third parties, are left holding the bag. And what I mean by that is the manifest paper copies, we go in and make sure that we take them because they need to be distributed back to our customers as well as left with the retails. So if we followed those regulations that the CCC has in place for ensuring, tracking of documents and everything going from top to bottom, we would be taking the biggest business risk that any company could, because everything we left in the van when someone went inside would then be uninsured liability. Now, so thinking about it from a grander perspective, the billions of dollars that get moved across this state, if half of that number is the wholesale generally, let's say if on an average, it's $1.8 billion, I think, in Massachusetts last year. So $900 million is pretty much uninsured liability because the people who are doing it themselves do not have any insurance for this. And then us as third parties, if we left it with 1 driver going into a store, you're leaving any amount, 150, 250, maybe
Is that
more.
wholesale or retail?
Wholesale. So these recent changes to the regulations have likely created a significant unintended consequence with regards to insurance liability and coverage. I asked the commission to seek an advisory from the Division of Insurance to ensure the risks of life, property, and business coverage are in compliance with the DOI's regulations and insurance law. This change to 1 driver would disproportionately impact third-party transport license type. We would have no way to compete with licensees doing it themselves because we're not playing on a level field. If they don't need to insure, so they have less standards, and they're able to operate in the only space we can create revenue. If we don't insure, we're not going to keep any, no one will work with us. That's part of every contract. I think every third party can speak to that. It's you have to show proof of insurance. So every company is looking for that. If we didn't have that, there would be no business for us to get. And if we don't, fight to stop this change to 1 driver, all of our businesses will be extinct in 12 months is the reality. So our ask is really for 1 driver not being approved less than 5,000 or in any capacity surrounding B2B. But we understand and appreciate that MC, MP, IL, MX, any other license type might want to still do it themselves. So if they're allowed to do it themselves, that's okay. But to do unaffiliated transfers, so it's not their own store, they should be held to the same standards that we are. So for example, to bring product to or pick up from an unaffiliated facility, the licensee must hold $500,000 of cargo insurance coverage. We think there's a dialogue to have behind this only because these groups having that would provide I think, a deterrent for them to go in, because I think a lot of these people are not understanding or realizing the actual cost of running it to the letter of the law. And I'll just leave you with some numbers. Our service costs $150 per transportation. Anywhere in the state, we're in Adams, Salisbury, down in the Fall River area, out in Great Barrington, from Northampton every single day. So $150 for transport. Our cargo insurance, $130,000 premium. A van is $55,000. The build out is $20,000 to $30,000 for securities and cameras. General auto insurance is $8,000 per van. Drivers, maintenance, workers' comp at $7.89 per $100 earned. I can almost guarantee that no company that's not a third-party transporter would be doing B2B distribution in any capacity. Ultimately, I appreciate the time to speak, and I think there's a much bigger, grander issue here that needs to probably be addressed before any, grand decision can be made surrounding this.
Thanks, Max. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Max. Couple of things. You struck with me when you said it. So there's a sense where folks are using non-company vehicles to transport products,
I think in home
which jeopardize their entire license.
Yeah, I think in a home delivery capacity in other markets, that's something that.
Other markets outside of is what.
Yeah, so like one of the changes that I think you saw across the country, like I think the 3 markets that did it the most recently, it was California, Colorado, and then Michigan. And they started to allow like an Uber kind of setup where you could use your own vehicles. Now, I know there's been push for that here in Massachusetts. It's something that the home delivery companies want. Now, obviously, for a third party, it's just not something that we could ever do. So it was more so just a piece of information that I had. But honestly, it doesn't really apply to my business at all. So.
Okay, and so basically this sounds like flood insurance.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, similar.
Similar, okay. You can't get it and you need it, and if you can get it, it's cost prohibitive, right? So what you're saying is there's disparate treatment right now. So in other words, our existing licensees that are able to transport. So when it's out of their, you use a certain term, unaffiliated transfers is the term you use. So they are not required. So all of your transports are unaffiliated because
Everyone, yes.
every single one of you, 100%.
For a vertical, it would be an affiliated transfer if they were going from their cultivation to their own retail.
Right. But if they're going from Kim Roy's cannabis to Bruce Stebbins cannabis, so that's unaffiliated transfers. So they're not required to have cargo insurance, even though those are unaffiliated transfers, and you are required to have cargo insurance because you have 100% unaffiliated transfers. So that's like disparate requirements.
Yep.
Is what you're saying,
100%.
just so I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Max or Matt?
Max.
Max, are you gonna email us this?
Yeah, and I can leave you with, I can leave you with,
Definitely email us. Yeah.
I can email you I have a couple insurance policies, like one from last year, one from this year, the changes, and then I can email you just like the little dialogue I have here.
Email it to the email commission@cccmass.com. Yeah, thank you.
Right from the insurance policy, that's all the exclusions
Yeah.
that's on there. It obviously goes beyond the couple that I mentioned, but those were just the most relevant to our business and conversation here.
If I could finish my thought. One is please email us to that email because we have someone that puts everything together for us so we can read it in a spreadsheet. And then you've been in business for how long?
We did our, since 2021, I think we were in May.
Okay.
When we got our license or March.
Okay, and you said MMA?
MMM transport.
MMM.
Yep, 3 M's.
Okay. I had another question, but it'll probably come back to me. It's on the data. And you talked about the division of insurance. Thank you for bringing that to the forefront because again, I'm interested in the whole license. Yeah, so thank you.
And I think one thing I will say to that point too is I think I do understand everyone's gripes and points about we need to find ways to save money. And I think someone who's looking at it from if you take one driver out of the car, we're going to save enough money. We're going to do our own transportation. Something like this surrounding insurance, it's not just cargo insurance. I'm sure there's insurances that they have to have in a grow or in a production facility that also has this type of dragging problem. So having that conversation with the Department of Insurance is something that can make grand scale changes across every license type. In a larger capacity to have savings and make it more just standard business practices and operating. So
Commissioner, go ahead. Sure.
Could you, I know you stated at the beginning, how many vehicles you currently have
So we just got up to 18,
and how many agents?
58.
Are they mostly part-time, full-time combination?
I think we have like 3 part-timers, almost everyone.
So you're employing 55 full-time jobs
Mhm.
in this
Every
economy?
day, yep. And we pay them weekly. That's another thing. AR is a whole nother thing, but I don't think we have time for that.
No, that's another, for another day, but we are addressing that. We are looking at that as
And
well.
actually, I will just comment one thing on that is that like what companies do is they'll run up a balance and then, you know, it drags on and then they'll come back to us and say, oh, you know, we went and bought a van. But I'm looking and I'm saying, well, you owe me $40,000. So how could you have gone and bought a van? And then, you know, they take some business from us, they start moving it themselves, and then it's just a slowly diminishing business. And our costs just continue to go up because we are impacted by even people who don't have insurance. When things happen on the road, like when there is an issue with a cannabis vehicle that doesn't have cargo insurance, it still impacts my premium at the end of the year. So it's a very, very tough thing to just feel that diminishing return with each passing day.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And talk to me a little bit about your policy. And you did say, so basically, I'm sure there would be adjusters, like, in other words, you're saying that theoretically they could assess it as 1 cent.
Yeah, so like that's the thing. One of the questions I really wanted to ask you guys was with the $5,000 limit, how would that be enforced? What was $5,000 versus not? You know, I would assume it would be through metric. That's just my assumption. I don't know the answer, but essentially, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. If I may,
Go ahead.
not to stop the conversation here, but I just asked our team to send us the penny out marijuana bulletin, because you brought it up, and it's a good point right now to remind folks in the industry to read it. So thank you for that. So that's what I was just thinking. And Commissioner Roy, I know we talked about it back in November, but it just went out yesterday to the licensee. So it's something we may want to look at. But
So with the pennying out piece, so if it were run by metric, the insurance company is only going to look at the time of the loss. So they're not going to look at a cultivation's internal inventory report that has the values, the wholesale values next to it. They're going to look at the metric transfer report that shows next to each product, the cost of it or what they're selling it for in this transfer. When you penny it out at 1 cent, and my insurance company has pulled a report for this transfer where you know, the loss occurred, they're going to look and say, oh, 50 boxes at 1 cent. That's what they're going to cover. They're not going to cover whatever this company has internally in their you know, own reporting system, which is more so a risk that I kind of want to just make open-ended known to everyone, because I think it's something where when you do penny it out, you're taking a much grander risk than you even understand.
Right. So, and I guess in the policy, and you said there's a limited amount of insurance providers that offer this cargo too. Now, and you list the criteria to be able to have a claim, reimbursement. And one of them was you have to have 2 agents. If you're
To not get covered.
yes. And so, or the doors aren't locked, and you know, as vehicle drivers, there's also things that, you know, we could get denied claims too, you know, but I guess those insurance companies, are those policies crafted around the existing regulations? Because the existing regulations call for the 2 agents in the car. So I don't know the answer. You might not.
No, they do not. No, they do not. This is cargo insurance is general. This can be for things like
Non-cannabis related.
totally non-cannabis. It could be something that's just an obscure business. Like I know like contractors or construction has to have cargo insurance for equipment and materials that they have, but that is a non-standard insurance type. So
they're required to have 2 employees too?
No. But there's stipulations on this stuff is the same across, you know, it's specialized because it's specific to each business. So my specifications are not the same as everyone
Your
else's.
specifications might be in part of the existing regulatory scheme.
It's the same way in California though, because the same 2 carriers that offer this insurance here.
Even though they allow 1 agent.
They allow 1 driver, they don't insure that product. People self-insure.
So everyone's just taking a big gamble out in California is what you're saying?
That's what they're saying. That is what they're saying. And I'm more than happy to connect you guys with the group that gave me all these factoids because I think he can give a much grander explanation how this is impacting not just third party, but also various ends of the industry. But he can touch more on that piece for California, Colorado, Michigan. Specifically, he discussed the idea of that both Michigan and Massachusetts were what he called problem states with insurance for cannabis.
Yeah,
And that it was very hard to get, like there weren't enough providers or carriers, and that created an extra strain to an already expensive and specialized insurance in a lot of sectors.
And there's no such thing as an insurance pool, right?
No.
Where all of you can go into an insurance pool.
I
That-
wish.
That doesn't exist.
I think we would have gotten together and probably put that together at that point.
Okay.
Commissioner.
yeah, Max, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And feel free to send us wherever you gather that data, because I don't want anyone to repeat it and think that it's,
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from.
Yep.
But I know we're getting into the insurance conversation, and thank you for bringing it up, but like, we don't write policies for insurances. So I just want us to be careful, in the discussion, in terms of the insurance, but
Yeah.
that's not to you, but that's just.
No, and generally I would say too, like, for us, it's not even about, like, yes, I think there's ways to make the insurance less taxing, because that $100,000+ in premium, it's not like a monthly payment. We have to pay 75% of it in one shot and then, do the rest. So it's it's much more of a strain on a small business, you know what I mean? Because it is front loaded in that manner. But it's more so that we're okay playing in the little garden that we have as a third party transporter, but we just want it where everyone else should have to play in the same exact way and manner.
And that was my question. So for the same exact business delivery, you're mandated to have cargo insurance, but other folks are doing the same exact exercise, if you will, and they're not. That's what I'm hearing from you.
And I would say even beyond the insurance thing is that these companies doing it themselves, they have to have a certain amount of volume to offset the cost of just what goes into into transportation with a vehicle, maintenance, drivers, getting 40 hours for your drivers, gas, all that kind of stuff. It's not like, oh yeah, I have 3 deliveries a week and that's worthwhile for me to have a van sitting here, 4 days a week. It's just not worth it. So
I just have one more question. So you are opposed 2-to-1 because you're afraid you're going to jeopardize your cargo insurance, or is there another reason?
well, there's 2 reasons. One is that if we go to one driver, our business is automatically impacted. We're bunched in with everyone else moving cannabis in this state. So if everyone goes to one driver, even if we were like, hey, we're going to still operate with 2, our premium's still going to go up every year, whether we continue to use 2 drivers or 1. That's just the nature of the market that is in front of us. Not necessarily specific to our business. That makes sense.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But going 2-to-1, would that provide other opportunities in other ways where maybe addition of more vehicles that way, because you only have to have 1. So you have 58 employees and now you have an opportunity to send them to divide and conquer.
Having done deliveries for 18 months, I would say that I would be more concerned sending 1 driver than not, because most of the locations that you do deliveries at, it's not straightforward. And the people at these deliveries are not, they want you inside because they want you to see them count it. It's part of their SOPs. They have to have a transporting agent inside the back. That process can take 45 minutes at minimum. Now, my guy's sitting there for 45 minutes. If he's in the store and there's no one else out there, that's risk that I'm unwilling to take, but I'm also unwilling to pay $150,000+ in insurance costs because, to keep my business the way that it is. Like if I don't have that, no company is going to work with me because their product's not insured when it's on the back of my van. It's kind of a catch-22 in that regard. And I don't think the impact of 1 driver from a financial perspective would make enough of an impact on such a low margin business for us to be able to do and to have more opportunities. I don't know what more opportunities would be. We already send people all across the state every day, hundreds of miles. And, I just don't think that people who do their own transport understand what a third party does in a day versus what they do in a day. 200 transfers a day is a much different thing than 6 transfers in a week or 5 transfers in a week. It's a very different thing. There's a lot more complexities, and having the people on site to be able to deal with problems, issues, talk to customers, and deal with the normal hurdles of transportation is something that, no other license type has to deal with in any capacity.
Okay, Max, you recommended we meet with the Division of Insurance.
Hmm.
What information do you want us to ask them?
So I just want to make sure that from this type of decision, as our specialized business, we are a non-standard insurance, like our business falls under a non-standard insurance option, which means that the state doesn't produce any forms, anything that an insurance company can use to insure what we're asking for. So they need to then create a specialized new.
Who's they?
The carrier of this insurance, you know what I mean? So in each state, obviously it's different, how the states offer what they offer as non-standard options. But in cannabis, it falls across a non-standard option every time. So if you offer cargo insurance, it's always going to fall under that non-standard. So with the Department of Insurance, we would like to understand from that perspective, as a non-standard option, would this change to one driver impact this insurance to be offered? Because as I told you, a company pretty much just pulled out of offering this insurance in 1 year because they were, they had to pay out hundreds of thousands in claims. If you said one of the stipulations of their exclusions of the insurance policy surrounding two drivers, if you switch that, would these two companies still offer cargo insurance in this state? I don't think that they would.
But you don't know.
I don't know that for sure. Just based off of the numbers, 1,000% increase in 1 year in premiums, and the largest company in the country that offers that insurance dropping out of it across the entire country leads me to believe that smaller insurance carriers are not going to stay in this long if the risk becomes too great, which is what one driver creates.
So Eagle Eyes shared they had no incidents. Have you had any?
No incidents.
So you basically guys have submitted no claims.
No claims. The only one that I know of from a third party was at the Bay State Bank.
The Swansea.
The Swansea Bank. Yeah, that's what it was. And
Yeah.
and that was with one driver, but it was cash.
That was cash.
I understand that was cash,
Yeah.
100%. The thing for me, and it goes back to the inside job thing. The one driver thing is not about, oh, we're sitting in the fenced area of a dispensary and we're leaving the van there, totally unattended. It's like, hey, you know what? We're in Boston and we're downtown, or we're in Cambridge and we're on a corner, and leaving just on the street, that's a much scarier thing. But even beyond that is, if you don't have another employee to check that other person or leave them to their devices when there's $250,000, it's just as easy for someone to get a friend to rent a U-Haul, meet the van, no matter how many switches and ways to turn off the van there is, they could still open the back of the cargo area and pull the boxes out, put in a U-Haul and go. That's risk that we're on the hook for. No one else is on the hook for.
But no matter what, if they're gonna do an inside job, two of them could be on the inside.
But
job.
when you randomize the partnerships constantly in the routes every day, it's much less likely that people are going to get comfortable enough to be able to make that type of, to be able to, pull that off, I would say. I feel like you'd have to trust someone pretty intimately to pull off, $100,000 of robbery from your employer. So with two people, I think it's much more likely. With the constant changes with 45 or with 50, us, I think it's like 42 drivers. So with 42 drivers, like, you're looking at it and you're saying they're not really ever with the same people every day. So that becomes a situation where they're less likely to create that relationship where it's like, hey, we're going to rob this van today. If there's one person in there, they're left to their own devices. They could be pissed off at the dispatcher who called to tell them they needed to not stop at this last place and pull over and just do that to, and leave the van there, take all the stuff and go. That's just something that multiplies the risk, compounds the risk when there's one person versus two. I think that's straightforward from, my experience, at least in this space.
Go ahead.
2 questions. One is, have you spoken to the Division of Insurance?
No, I have not.
Okay, so I think it's a good idea. I don't even know if I can give you this advice, but I think it's, good idea to also bring this conversation to them. And I always say, get folks in the industry and start having those conversations as well, right? Because it would be very difficult for us to change obviously we don't do insurance policy, but definitely, I'm glad that you've brought some of these things to the forefront, but definitely. Thank you. And then
We do need a bathroom break. Is that right?
I'm actually also hungry. and bathroom break, but, I also wanted to say if we were going to take a minute to see the,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's,
I do have one last question.
yeah, go ahead.
So Max, you said there's 2 providers. Is
Yep.
that in Massachusetts or across the country?
In Massachusetts right
There's
now,
2 providers.
2 providers. in
Okay,
this district.
so now there's a,
I'll send you both their names too.
yes, please.
By the way.
So chances are,
yes,
Yes,
most of you are using
Yeah.
this,
one of the 2, yep.
one of the 2.
Yeah.
So to Commissioner Camargo's point, we can't give you advice.
Yeah.
But if I'm you, maybe, since all of you probably similar, most of you use the same one, maybe that's an opportunity for dialogue.
they'll have an open public.
Again, I'm not giving you advice.
Of course.
Max, just one question for me. So all of you deal with the carriers, all of the infusion of technology, cameras, dispatch, a lot of things like the Eagle Act just talked about, safety and security.
Those are expectations of the insurance. That's like this insurance company is saying, the only reason.
They say you have to have.
Yeah, like we're willing to take this risk only if these standards are met. That's more what I would say it is than, I think no matter how many systems or pieces of equipment you put in a van, the insurance company is going to look at it from the perspective of, now we've done this for a decade and we understand that it doesn't matter, the amount of camera systems, the people you have watching them, stuff happens on the road, and it's a risk with cannabis where they're saying claims that have been made across the country now in any capacity of transporting marijuana has came back with 9 out of 10 of them being inside jobs. That for me as a person who has 40 driver employees, why would I want the risk of, that statistic scares me. 9 out of 10 are inside jobs, and then turning that to one driver just compounds the risk for my business. And, it's pretty much uninsured us, like not, do not insure this piece of, the business, or, I think everyone should have to insure that piece of the business, just so we're all on a level playing field.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So we have multiple third-party transporters, and some are advocating for one agent. Does that insurance, cargo insurance, which is also apply to you too? And?
Respectfully, I would say that there's a different interpretation that we would have. And I think actually an interesting point was made that I had not thought of about the playing field of entities that have the ability to transport cargo as a part of their main insurance GL policies that are not primary function in transport. I can say we have not had that issue. Certainly in cash transport, there is absolutely an expectation you will always have 2 agents, and I've never seen a policy exist without that. In cannabis transport, I have not seen that restriction personally. So I know you're once again getting a difficult piece of information in conflict with something else you heard. I would just say what he said, it needs to be studied.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna pull it up just so we can put this in bed right here. So on the exclusions and endorsements, so I'm just gonna pull it up right here. Driver limitation endorsement. If no 2 drivers are in the vehicle, exclusion. Also unattended vehicle, exclusion. That's another one where the vehicle is left unattended. Now, cash, I don't do cash. We don't touch cash, so I can't speak to that.
Yep.
It was too big of a risk, but from a product perspective, that's actually the insurance policy right there. So
Is your policy similar?
The risk of having a back and forth, there's a huge variety of marketplaces for insurance that are not limited to 2. And so I don't dispute what you're seeing. I'm sure it's a fact for that policy, but it is not a fact for all insurance policies.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
thank you.
So much.
Appreciate it. All right, we will take a quick 5-minute break. I think we're going to reset for our virtual guests who've signed up, and then we'll come back and talk to anybody who's still in the room. So, thank you. 5-minute break. And we'll talk.
Thank you.
Yes.
I see it's like. Yeah, one of them.
Are reconvening. I guess some folks are joining us virtually. Same rules kind of apply. Try to keep it in 3 minutes. Obviously, commissioners might have questions, but looking if Chris Fevry has joined us. Is Chris there? No. Okay. Ryan Dominguez. Hi, Ryan. Welcome.
Chair Stebbins, Commissioners and CCD staff, nice to see you.
It's nice to see you. You're on the big screen.
Thanks for the picture, Commissioner. So again, Ryan Dominguez, Executive Director of the Massachusetts Cannabis Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. We appreciate you hosting this public listening session to kind of continue our discussion on the two-drug B2B deliveries. I also want to thank you for previously recognizing the benefits of this change for both home deliveries and independent testing labs. I know that these changes will have a positive impact for both of these license types, which in turn can lead to benefits and savings for the rest of the industry, including our patients and consumers. My comments today are in favor of the Commission implementing the two-driver rule change for all business-to-business deliveries. This change can provide some needed support during a time when every dollar counts for our licensees. As you may recall, we pushed for the two-driver rule changes for ITLs and all other B2Bs last year. And during that time, I had the opportunity to speak with you at the Commission as well as other third-party transporters. And I think initially we heard the same concerns that we're hearing today, that the change for B2B deliveries would lead to certain public safety risks. But as you may recall, we surveyed our MCC members who are licensed transporters with existing MEs, and I presented some data to you. As a reminder, our survey found that in over 20,000 deliveries over a period of 2020 to 2024, there were no incidents of theft, diversion, or robbery with business-to-business deliveries, and the only incidents involving these deliveries had to do with vehicle failures, such as a flat tire or engine trouble. Further, I did some internet searching, and one of our Massachusetts third-party transporters' current website has acknowledged that has over $550 million transported and over 1,000 product transports completed without incident. And we've not heard any reported incidents from testimony today. So I think we can agree from the industry's perspective that there are no real incidents occurring outside of the hypothetical situations provided today. The real debate is whether all licensees should have the opportunity to access a benefit that we've already acknowledged will help save money without sacrificing safety. It's not an easy decision to make, and I empathize with the third-party transporters who are just trying to protect their businesses and investments like any other business would. But by allowing a single driver for some and requiring the two-driver rule for the rest of the industry, we're disregarding our independent product manufacturers and cultivators. These local small businesses need to realize any savings while they fight to survive in an industry where certain businesses are not paying them and they're faced with burdensome regulations around every corner. So this is what we are faced with, and I really don't envy the seat that you're in on the commission with this specific issue topic with so many different viewpoints. But it's the MCC's position that we should create a.
Oh,
Yeah.
not sure where that came from.
Create a business environment that gives our licensees the opportunity to act like any other business. And that means giving them the freedom to make the business decisions that are best for their business. Whether they want to use one driver, two drivers, let the businesses decide. Each business has already taken a position on what they would do if this change is forward. Some will still choose to keep two drivers. Some will continue to use third-party transporters because they don't have the infrastructure or resources to do the deliveries themselves. But let's not have false fears of safety or false fears of destroying a license type cause us to keep bad policy when we've shown data that deliveries are safe. And other third-party transporters are still operating in other states that only require one driver. And so with that, I want to dispel the myth that licensees do not have their own insurance, whether it's cargo insurance or any other car insurance, et cetera. There's no reasonable legal business who's going to conduct their own transportation without insurance. Over the break, I've had a few phone calls and people who are sending me their policies for their businesses, and they have limits that are ranging from 150,000 to 500,000. So I will call your attention to our previous comment letter that had language change recommendations where we recommend two driver requirements be tied to insurance policy limits. So it's not an arbitrary number or level that's set at. And if somebody only has insurance up to a certain level, maybe they have a two driver requirement past that level, which will then bring them back to the third party transport license type. In addition, I had a call with Charles River Insurance over the break and was told that most of these insurance companies may have different requirements for their insurance that they give to delivery operators. So it's not a kind of whole insurance industry, whole delivery type of requirement. And it may be specific to that business who provided that insurance to you, and that endorsement was specific to them. And then I want to end by calling your attention to New Jersey's current program structure and regulations, which allow for both product manufacturers, cultivators, and transporters to have one driver. In section 1730.915, which is the secure transport section, in subsections A and G of regulations, subsection A notes that a cannabis business may securely transport cannabis items to another cannabis premises, or may use a licensed cannabis distributor for such transport. So they're allowing both types of licenses to exist. And then subsection G notes that a cannabis business shall staff each delivery vehicle with at least one cannabis business staff member. So there's a one driver requirement across all of these license types, and it allows all of them to kind of work within the same industry. I'll end it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you, Ryan. And I appreciate your testimony. And you suggested an interesting concept because, and you got to insurance 3/4 of the way into your comments, but, and so basically you're advocating for basically a level playing field for 2-to-1 for all, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so then I'm thinking but it won't be level, it'll be disparate if we require third party to have cargo insurance and we don't require it of existing licensee transporter. That's not level. But you floated a interesting concept that the commission could contemplate tying that to the amounts. Just can you just expound upon that? Because I found that to be a very interesting concept.
Yeah. So I guess all of the licensees who are conducting their own transport have cargo insurance and have car insurance and all the other insurances that are out there. I don't think that a reasonable business would be conducting those kind of, if we even want to call them risky, kind of business transactions without insurance. So I'll just clarify that. And I guess my comment in terms of the levels is everybody's going to have a different insurance carrier, different policy limits. So what we can do is tie a requirement that all of these businesses have some type of cargo insurance, or however the commission wants to define it, and then make the kind of policy limit, which is the coverage for everything for that delivery, tied to whether or not they're able to have a 2-driver or removed for them. So up to your policy limit, you can have 1 driver. Anything in past that limit, you have to use 2 drivers or use a third-party transporter.
Go ahead.
So Max, when he testified, his policy requires 2 agents, part of his policy. And speaking with Charles River, you mentioned that in your testimony. Do you know if that's a requirement in their
It's
policy?
not a requirement across the industry. What I was told was that it's an insurance carrier by insurance carrier preference or requirement. So depending on the insurance carrier that you'll go to, they'll have different requirements for their delivery operators. So for that specific insurance company, maybe they do have it. Other insurance companies may not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just,
Commissioner, go ahead.
yeah, Ryan, thank you so much. And it's more of a comment because you made a comment about, folks calling you throughout the break, sending you their insurance policies, and you're calling out to insurance companies. And I know how folks get, people get nervous. And they start asking questions or reaching out to you. But I want to just remind everyone that this is the beginning of a long conversation. And as you can see, there's a lot to learn within this license type and the others that we have discussed today. So I think, you have a membership of folks, within your, organization. So just a comment and a reminder, I guess,
Yeah, totally understand it.
Yeah, and to everybody, yeah.
Provide like any kind of information that is helpful to can understand that there's different viewpoints out there. And if it's an opportunity for all of us to sit down and have a conversation, like in a working group or whatever it may be, we're open to do that from the MCC side.
Thanks, Ryan. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, Commissioner Wright, where you go?
Ryan, so the overall sentiment of your membership was 2-to-1 for all B2B. Was there anyone, we have folks in this room that are advocating in the other way?
Understood.
Your
So-
membership's pretty much,
Yeah, sorry. It's coming in a little.
oh, I'm sorry. I can repeat it. Do you want me to repeat it? Just like you, I'm sure you've had this discussion with your membership and I know you have all different license types, the part of your coalition. So was it pretty uniform sentiment? Or like we have folks in this room advocating to us to keep the 2 agents, but are you finding any of that sentiment in your membership?
No, I'm not finding any opposition to changing it. I do have operators who have told me, like, even if they do change it, they would keep the 2 drivers, and that's just their business preference for it. But nobody is against making that change within the industry. And I think just as a general kind of viewpoint of the MCC, I think we really just want to give businesses the opportunity to like normal businesses and make the business decisions that are best for themselves within this. So I don't think anybody's opposing, and I haven't heard any from our group. But with that, I'll give the caveat that we don't have any of the just third-party transporter license types within our group.
Okay.
And everybody is a transporter with an existing ME.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
We also had Dan Berger signed up. Dan with us?
Yes. Emails.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can, Dan, and we also have gotten a number of your emails this morning as well, so thank you for that. I'll also acknowledge Chris Febvre, who wasn't on the line when we called his name, has also sent us some thoughts and feedback via email as well. But Dan, go ahead. You get 3 minutes.
Yeah, and hopefully I won't even need that. As you mentioned, I did send in some emails. But yeah, really, I'm here as someone who is not yet a transporter. I am a delivery operator. My business, Grass Ventures LLC, up in Salem, Massachusetts. We do hold a host community agreement, though, for a courier license, as well as our delivery operator and the transporter license. So for me personally, we haven't even had our commence operations for a year yet, but it was around maybe this time last year. We're waiting on some final things to finalize on our licensing process. That I was sitting there with our vehicle fully built out, sitting in a parking lot, and I was like, hey, maybe I could use that vehicle to do some other things through the regulatory schema. So that's when I started developing, and seeking the courier license a little more in earnest, as well as the transporter license. And yeah, I've heard some of the testimony today. I wasn't able to attend all of it, but I'm of the mind, and it sounds like it seems to be a consensus with some folks out there of trying to just sort of streamline this, right? Streamline and consolidate, maybe even. That's where you saw that in one of my emails there. Why not make delivery just delivery? I think that's maybe something to consider. I know there's definitely that's a can of worms and a half, as I was sitting here contemplating that with the equity provisions where, delivery and courier, that is exclusively for social equity businesses, right? So, maybe leaving caveats for B2C. But right now, right, I'm sitting here with a delivery operator license compliantly built out. And, for me to go through entire different licensing process where realistically it would just take a few maybe minor changes to be able to serve all, the delivery facets of the industry. But yeah, I know, we all have our own thoughts on the matter, and I appreciate this. I always appreciate this. Anytime to sort of opine and think about these things. But on that note, I'm here for questions, but you can always email me. But yeah, I'll happily yield the rest of my time, and hopefully we can keep the ball rolling. So thank you as always.
Thanks, Dan. Any questions for Dan?
We appreciate his advocacy, and he's always there. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
All right. That is everybody who I had signed up for remote participation. We'll bring it back in-house. Do we need a transition to do that? I don't know where Freya might be.
Well, I get a chance to speak.
Oh, hey, Chris. Welcome. Sorry about that.
There's a transition.
Sure, this is gonna work.
Yeah, no, you're larger than life in the room right now, Chris. So welcome. Go ahead.
Well, let me know when I should start. I should be fairly short. I know I've already sent a written testimony.
Go ahead.
All right, so, as some of you guys already know, my name is Chris Febvre, CEO and co-founder of European Package. We're a social equity transporter operating under the existing licensee transporter license. So I know one thing that's come up through a lot of conversations, a number of incidents that have happened with transporters. And so I just want to make everyone remember during the October 12th, 2023 commission meeting, the commission actually did a study or did some research to figure out how many incidents actually occurred amongst the delivery companies and transporters since 2021. And there were actually 40 incidents that occurred amongst transporters and delivery companies. And I remember at that time, after that meeting, that's when the two driver rule, like literally, we weren't going to get it at that time. But then I wrote a letter on October 13th asking the commission to separate out the incidents between home delivery and third-party transporters. Obviously, transporters operating for a much longer time. And most of those 40 incidents actually, we discovered, occurred amongst third-party transporters. And so in the situation of saying, hey, we want to increase the risk by having one driver for transporters, one, I don't think we should go to one driver for B2B. One, because again, those teams start at 5, 6, 7 a.m. and they don't have multiple stops. They're doing long hauls across the state. Two, the insurance risk of increasing premiums. And three, again, we're carrying 100 up to 200K worth of product. Like this is a different conversation. And to be quite frank, the transporters, like, we can afford the second driver. Like for home delivery, you're talking about the average basket size of $50. Like, like the Triple M was saying, they charge $150 a drop. We charge very similar pricing. And, again, like that's, if you do multiple drops a day, you can afford the second person in the vehicle. And honestly, on the manufacturing side, when a manufacturer is doing their own deliveries, they make even more money because one, they have all those costs in house. So if they're busy, it's great. But also, like they're not paying, they're just paying the two drivers, making like $2,000, $3,000, or if their drop is like $5,000 plus, like they're $10,000 a drop, they're running at 50% margin, so they're running $5,000 in profit every single drop. They can afford the second driver. And so I don't think it's really worth the market disruption. There's like no real big benefit that we're getting by saying, hey, let's go $1. And quite frankly, if you have 100 boxes in the car, you want a second driver to like unload those boxes because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of boxes. And also too, I forget who was saying it, but if they're in the facility for 45 minutes, that car is now left unattended. So you can have like another 100K in product in the vehicle just sitting there. And also, I don't think if anyone's doing a robbery, like I'm not gonna rob the car and run because the car has cameras. So I'm gonna try to take the product out of the car and put it into another car. Like if we're trying to think of that, but that's kind of my point. It's just hey, like we shouldn't necessarily encourage market disruption in this situation. And yeah, that's really it. But I sent most of my comments via email. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chris. We just have to be careful though with the 40 incidents because we can't conflate them with all public safety incidents. I've already received some information and I asked for that in the October meeting that we have all the home deliveries, and all deliveries actually, but some of them are like expired RVT. Some of them are sanitary violations, outdated queries for agents. They're not like I was robbed. So some of those most of them fall into things like that for notices. So I just want to like this Chicken Little, the sky is falling. A lot of them were that of the 40, Chris. And then my question to you is, you're a delivery operator. So when you pick up products to, let's say, bring it back to your warehouse to repackage and to how long are you, when you go to another business to pick up product and you send one driver, how long are they in when they go to that other business? Are they on average?
Two things there. So it depends on the retailer. And I think every single transporter can attest. And without saying names, there's some retailers that take 5 minutes. There's some retailers that take 1 hour. This is actually why some transporters implemented wait fees, because every single retailer does their operation differently. And unfortunately, as a transporter, we're kind of at the bottom of the barrel. We can't tell the retailer what to do in terms of how they intake their product. Some people want to count every single product. Some people want to weigh every single product. Some people want to open every single product. And sometimes you're talking 150,000 plus units. And so, it really depends on the retailer. I think any enhancements or regulations would kind of be more clarification around that. I know Eagle Eye, to be honest, Eagle Eye they took the burden of the hit implemented a while ago, where they just drop off product and then if there's an issue, then you reach back out, and like that helped all the transporters because some retailers kind of abused it where they were just taking like an hour out like 20 boxes. So I think enhancements or regulations on third-party transport side could be like more clear regulations around intake and what is and what's not allowed, or even giving more time for return and error. But then also, I mean, again, I think that there's been other transporters that have been in the news about robberies. I know those were a big robbery, I think last year.
In Swansea. It was cash.
Yeah, I don't know the exact details. I know I saw an article, maybe I could find it and send it over. But yeah, that's the answer to the question around average time. I mean, it totally varies.
So I guess my point is, it's plausible to say there is a scenario where your car could be unattended for an hour or 45 minutes, depending on the retailer.
Easily.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I mean, I'm hearing, Chris, I hear you. Thank you. I'm hearing you. I'm processing what you're saying. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'm all set. I appreciate it. Appreciate you popping up and appreciate what you send into us via email.
Thanks, Chris.
Happy Thursday. Thanks. All right, that is everybody that we had signed. Oh, wait a minute, in case somebody else pops up on the screen, but I think that's it. That covers anybody who signed up. There are obviously other folks in the room. Anybody who wants to come up to the podium and make any comments, you have 3 minutes also. Nobody's looking at you, Devin, but.
Even moving to the no towns.
So just two quick things I wanted to comment on just from two of those last comments. So with Chris February, I think it was a good point. I remember that meeting in October in 2023. And at the time they, I think it was the head of compliance. She couldn't release what the incidents were. But in all 40 instances, it was cultivators or manufacturers who were moving their own stuff, not with third party. That's how she represented it in said meeting. Now, I don't know what the 40 things were, but that was just a clarification because I think it goes into this idea of that cultivators and manufacturers, we do everything as a third party to the letter of the law and above and beyond in a lot of ways with security and things like that. And when things like that fall short or are not done to the degree they need to be, there's a much higher chance of risk. The second thing that I want to mention was from Ryan Dominguez's testimony, which he said he called Charles River. Now, Charles River does offer cargo insurance, but they offer it through Safer, one of the two companies that offers this in this state. So I will provide you with the quote from Safer just so you guys can see that because it's indisputable fact what I just laid to you guys. But that's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Come on back up.
I'm glad this stuff is being recorded.
Yeah. So I'm not going to speak to the insurance matter anymore.
Sure.
But because it was brought up, I will take the plug just to talk about the whole intake process. You've heard testimony about it in general, but it is a fact that that's driving a lot of, I guess, just challenges and expenses for anyone transporting in the industry. It's also because of the interpretations of the entities receiving as to how they have to comply.
You say intake, but break it down for us
Yeah, so
in 3 minutes or less.
yeah, products have to be checked in within 8 hours, right? And that's so principally you have an 8-hour requirement. You have a requirement that it's weighed, of course, on video camera and inventoried. And I would say weighing is quite simple and quick. The inventorying is the part that I would, since you're looking at things holistically, take a look at it and ask licensees how long it takes, how many staff hours it takes, and what it produces as a result. Because if a product leaves a facility with a certain weight, is on camera the whole time, goes directly and arrives, why do you need that additional step? That is what takes so much time. Weighing, I wouldn't advocate for getting rid of it. It is in fact required by a lot of insurance policies that you weigh the product for cannabis. So the inventory part, just to me in the industry, having done deliveries myself and hearing from our agents frequently in the field, is a part that creates also an unpleasant work environment for agents, because there's this ambiguity at the point where you go that you're expected to comply with the SOPs of the drop-off destination, but you work for the transporter whose SOPs you must follow first and foremost. And there's a relationship to the shipping partner and their SOPs. So everybody falls back on this, blame the SOPs, blame the compliance department. And there's never been any solution. The solution could be make it much more clear, and I don't have suggested language today, but I'd be happy to provide it for everyone. This would be for everyone. I mean, because this doesn't, this is just good industry practice. Yeah, make it much clearer what has to happen and make it simpler, like you've heard from a lot of different processes. So I did, since it was brought up, got our attention. I think that's an important one.
I understand it. As far as weighing and inventorying, like weighing's not full. I mean, someone can put a bag of rocks in and have the same weight. You know what I mean? So I understand the utility in inventorying. I do. And that's what sounds like takes the most time, because you can weigh relatively fast, and everything else, but I hear you, so it would in other words, it would cause the rest of your day, it's like a domino effect. So if you're 1 hour at one place, it literally causes you to be late for the rest of or behind for the rest of the day.
And extremely hard to accomplish the goal of, say, going to one retailer and dropping off 5 shipments from 5 different partners, which obviously is the synergy a third-party transporter would seek.
Having an MOU with a licensee to say, yes, we will be here, but be 45 minutes, no longer than 45. Was it?
Yes, so no, because there's a lot of gray in the regulations, we developed a process called drop and go. We've submitted that as an SOP to our licensing agent, and I'm sure you've heard the term at this point because it was just brought up once again. That essentially is a process by which we create an additional step of signature and verification so that the agent can drop it off and acknowledge that the product has been dropped off, but not yet checked. We don't have to do the check. Nothing in the SOP says the transporter does the check. It's the receiving entity. So we complete our part of the process, but because the requirements require the manifest to get back to the origin entities, understandably, that can be accomplished digitally later, right? That part of manifest transfer is extremely easy to solve in the digital world. And, so that ultimately, that particular moment in time where they're like, no, you can't do a drop and go. You're just subject to our SOPs, and our SOPs are that we are going to take every single joint out of the tube. We're going to take every single gummy package out of the package of 100. I mean, those processes exist at a lot of places, and they're doing it because they think they have to. Now, to your point about the rocks, yes, of course, but at every moment from when it's packed to when it's out, you have a pretty significant amount of camera coverage on it. So the moment, and they're not packed weeks before, they're packed generally the day before or days before. So when you got to the destination entity and discovered a weight discrepancy, isn't that the purpose of like kind of the weighing, the camera, and the whole ecosystem? I think you could have the same level of safety. I would just present that as a thought without the inventory.
I mean, we have museums with $1 billion of artwork under cameras that get stolen, priceless artwork gets stolen. I mean, things can happen, let's be honest,
Don't dispute that, Excel. I just think you have enough there with the weighing and the comprehensive camera coverage to potentially think about the inventory part going away, or perhaps create a definition of inventory that is something that's at the top level, right? So there's the container level, there's the case level, there's the actual piece level. And right now, people interpret it in a lot of cases to be the piece level.
So I'd like to map things up. Can you just explain drop and go a little bit more to us?
Yeah, so in the normal course of business, you will arrive at the entity and you need to get the signature of the reason you can't leave right away is you need the signature of the receiving agent on the manifest, right? That's kind of the limiting step. But it doesn't say we have to stay in, it doesn't say we have to weigh. And there's nothing we could do to prevent that person from not putting a signature, taking 5 hours to put a signature, right? It's their function, not ours, the signing of that manifest at the end of the day. Drop and go says that's still going to happen, fully compliant. But in the middle of that step, when we drop it at the entity where we have an agreement ahead of time, without a doubt, you can't just spring this on people. They're going to sign, and I'll send you I don't have it right in front of me, but we created a piece of language that they sign and acknowledge it has been dropped off, this manifest, and it will be within 8 hours checked in according to the required procedures. And then they digitally transmit to this, the signed, that key signature to wrap the process up. They then send that to us after the fact. I think that's the simplest. No, the manifest sometimes does take a little longer depending on their business hours. We always have it within 24 hours as a policy, the manifest itself. Yeah, absolutely, by all means. Yeah, I'll go through, because there's a few pieces to it, but I'll send it all to you. No problem.
So the drop and go, there's a level of mutual trust, respect with the drop and go.
There is.
Happens, how often is there a discrepancy and how does that get resolved?
Rarely, very rarely. I mean, we had to initially guarantee that we would return for a rejection immediately, essentially, in order for anyone to agree to do it, because that's another piece. You can't hold you could make it say a rejection needs to be returned within 72 hours. Another way that things would happen, but rejections rarely happen. And I'm just going to say it because it feels like you should be aware of everything in the industry. So metric was designed as a tool to work from end to end for, like you would for evidence, right? Every single touch point should have it, chain of custody. The way metric is used by every entity that I've ever seen, there's the certain points of the custody that are done in metric and many that are just ignored. So I'd have to have the metric screen in front of me. You'd have to find it. But well, you need to know it. I mean, and the issue is that what it does is that it keeps a manifest unlocked. So if you arrive at a destination entity and there's an issue, say one joint is missing out of 1,000, the shipping entity can go in and correct that on the spot. If you performed each step of the process, it would lock the manifest in the process, and there would be no ability to do that. It is a fairly frequent practice because you can imagine a minor error of something like one joint happens quite often.
Keep it open for the flexibility to adjust.
Correct.
And if there is a discrepancy, is it reported to the commission?
If there were a minor discrepancy like that, I would say that it is not generally reported to the commission. What I've seen.
Yeah.
If there was anything that anyone would consider a major discrepancy, it certainly would be. But again, we've never had that happen. Like, it's not like we've gone through an inventory process and there's been a whole case missing or something. It's just never happened. They're certainly the minor, the one or two joints. Like, I use that because that really is the most common thing. It's usually like one missing joint in a series of thousands in a sealed case.
Just follow up to this question.
You seem surprised by it, and I want you to know that, like, industry practice for 5 years is this is just how people have developed their use of metric. And I believe people probably don't use those features because you really quickly discover that if you do, you can't correct a manifest. You have to send the whole manifest back as contemplated, restart the whole process. So folks have adapted this policy accordingly.
It's like a workaround.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you started saying, I want to make sure that you had finished your thought and you didn't go to another thought because I kind of got lost a little bit.
Sure.
Before you said, I'm going to tell you guys because you guys should know everything in the industry. That was
the piece.
I thought you were going to go down a laundry list of things with metrics, and I'm like,
No, metric, I could go down a laundry list of things with metric,
yeah,
but
okay.
I'm sure that the pain of switching at this point would probably be worse than keeping it.
That was your thought in terms of that example that you gave us.
Correct. It's just yet another nuance in this whole process, and that's why it's appropriate to mention in the course of this check-in and this entire process that exists.
That's a missing joint that doesn't happen regularly, but how do you reconcile your inventory?
It's not our inventory in the instances where it happens. It's the ship. So
Yes.
you're the shipping partner, point of origin's inventory. They're reconciling it directly with the destination entity. And what's interesting is a transporter has no ability to prevent that. Like, we could be in the field. Origin entity could go in and edit the manifest in any way they want. Ultimately, they could change it to be more. Like, it doesn't happen, fortunately, but it could, because it doesn't lock. I don't know if there's any other operators that can speak to it, but I would definitely investigate it and ask around the industry about this issue. For sure.
Just a comment, Raphael, thank you so much. I feel like you're the professor right now. No, you are, and that's helpful. And I always say that we're creating policy, but you all are out there every day. And these policies come alive. And there's a lot of these smaller detail things that, we're not doing it every day. So we're not seeing it every day. We're not feeling it, right? So I would just push you all to continue to tell us that stuff throughout this process. Because those are the things that are going to help this license.
Right. And I want to touch upon, just because I'm really remembering the origin of it, and I know it will be something that lingers for you in your mind, like this commentary. The reason that it I would say has developed, or in general as a process, is in the nascent days of the industry, when we as a third-party transporter attempted to utilize those features that we thought would be the case, we would get to locations where they couldn't make a minor correction. It didn't happen often, but it happened enough that a largely established entity that at that time had the ability to do it themselves, right? They were just starting to have the ability to use third-party transfers. They're like, if you do that, we're not going to use you. Like, we need this ability. So that's essentially why it has developed as a practice. And it's not I don't want you to think this is a super common practice, but it does happen. And it just layers into the nuances of those drop-offs and the compliance differences at destinations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I think that's everybody who wants to talk about third-party transporter license. We're going to take a break for lunch, but I know there are a couple of people here that want to hear about the no towns. I don't know how much time you need,
2 minutes.
but if it's okay, we can take
Yeah.
no towns out of order so folks can get back to work. And then we'll take a lunch break and come back and continue with our agenda.
I'm gonna talk,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
You're up.
well. We switch the mindset.
Do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Honestly, in those who testify virtually, and we hear competing interests, I try to, we try to flush them out and reconcile them and what's best for the industry as a whole. But these are very informative. They're very productive. I'm glad we're doing them. Quite frankly, we need to do them regularly. So again, I'm highly appreciative of all of you
Yes.
sharing your challenges and, your recommendations. So that's, I
Absolutely.
just want to thank you all.
Absolutely.
I want to echo that. I've been thinking about this for a long time, a small number of licensees, when you look at the big landscape, for us to be able to invite you in and have a conversation. Our regular business public meetings are too jam-packed with
Mhm.
licensing and changes of ownership that we haven't afforded ourselves this time. So I'm happy to hear my colleagues, adding some kind of policy-oriented meetings is helpful.
Absolutely.
So greatly appreciate you coming in. This is you taking time away from your business, but it also emphasizes how important it is for you to be here and want to talk about some of these stuff. So greatly appreciate and everybody who weighed in via email and virtually. So we can't thank you enough. Now, Commissioner Camargo. Delivery.
Switch over. Okay, yeah, changing my mindset, shifting. So it's really a quick update, so I may disappoint some folks, but as you may recall, we had the no town conversation the year before, while we were having the conversation around the 2 agents in a car for delivery operators. Commissioner Stebbins and our government affairs team had put 2 letters together for us internally to review and look at as a possibility to start outreaching to cities and towns that are no towns. There's about maybe over 150 no towns. The key thing, and again, I'm not going to get too into it today, but the key thing is to really look at the statute and our regs. And I am working with our legal team to just revisit it one more time to make sure that we're in the right footing in terms of what we can do and what's the best path forward for no towns in terms of delivery. And I'm hopeful that possibly our February policy meeting, that I can bring back a full conversation for us to discuss about next steps for no towns. Whether it's, the option that we had talked about before, and I have the letters here that, that our team put together, and doing intensive outreach to no towns and educating them on their options for, opting in, I guess, to delivery, but we'll talk more about that in February. I just want to revisit with our legal team the statute and the regs. So, but I wanted to let folks know that now that we've promulgated the regs from last year, that we now have some space to start thinking about the no towns.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for that update. And I have a question for our general counsel. So, and this was prior to your tenure here, but there was an opinion.
Yep.
And I had yet to see it. And I'm wondering if it is in writing, could it be shared with all of us that at that time, what the opinion, I believe the opinion was, and I'm just kind of high level paraphrasing, is that it wasn't in our jurisdiction to be able to dictate commerce. And I never saw that in writing. So it'd be helpful if it's somewhere in writing, because a legal opinion was done. If you could circulate that amongst us, that would be helpful.
And I think, Commissioner, that's exactly why I wanted
To revisit it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So, but that's the update to No Towns. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation.
And that would be able to do that.
I think so. I haven't seen it, but
Right.
during my review, I will certainly look
Okay.
at whatever documents are out there.
Appreciate
I
that.
can, so yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. You know, we talked about this. I had raised the topic, at least in my understanding of the regs, that communities have the ability, despite what stance they've taken previously about allowing cannabis businesses within their borders, that they could opt in.
Mhm.
And part of that is simply notifying us, is you and I talked about this week, the example of where our new ED is coming from, the town of Holliston actually voted on a town meeting, warrant article to say we want to allow delivery, even though they don't allow retail. So I think part of that is the education, as you pointed out. I think the other piece of this is when the last time I brought it up for conversation, we were still in the reg change.
Absolutely.
So things weren't settled. We hadn't decided completely whether to move from 2 driver to 1 driver. And we've made other changes within that too, right? Within allowance of hours and things like that. So I think we're in a better place in terms of we now have set home delivery regs and standards. And now we can take that out to those communities and, hopefully impress upon them.
Yeah.
The benefit to allowing delivery, obviously, there's the market opportunity benefit, but also,
Public health and public safety.
public health and public safety
Absolutely.
as well.
Yeah, and yeah, no, and I think that's one of the reasons, why I continue to look at it and wanted to make sure it comes back because, we all know that the illicit market is booming and, some of these towns are no towns and I'm always, I talk to a lot of youth and I'm always surprised how easy it is to get unsafe cannabis. So, obviously youth, obviously cannabis is for 21 and over, but when you're thinking about the illicit market and thinking about public safety and public health, this is a concern. Yeah.
Absolutely. Commissioner.
So my understanding is it's more of a statutory fix than a regulatory. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
And if that is accurate, timing is everything. We're in a new legislative session. I don't know if has there any bills been filed around this? I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, 2 days ago.
There was a bill filed 2 days ago.
State Rep Mike Conley filed a bill that will allow for delivery to all cities and towns in addition to hotels as well.
And
What's that bill called, Devin?
yeah, I have it.
They'll put me on the spot like
yeah.
that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay,
It was
Matt, if
filed-
you could send that bill over too, that would be great. Thank you so much.
That's a really good point, and if I may, just Commissioner Roy, and that's why I wanted to just give a quick update because I've heard so many different legal perspectives on it, which is why I want our team to revisit it, and our general counsel, and then for us to kind of really, make a decision to move forward on it. But there were, to Lucas's or Devin's point, there were 2 bills filed. I believe it was 2 days ago or even yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And I'll,
The 3722.
yeah, I have it.
Expanding access to legal regulated cannabis delivery with an emergency preamble, so once the governor signs it, it would automatically become law.
Yes, I will send that around. And just to be clear too, the legal memo from the past is not in our public packet or anything like that, just so folks know. So, but more to come. Yeah, more to come, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Anything else on this one? All right, we will take a break till 1:20 so we can grab lunch. And we'll come back and tackle a couple of other items. And we'll have to move into executive session on one of these, but we'll reconvene at 1:20. Then we'll bounce back. All right. Welcome back. We'll move into the rest of the commission discussion and vote section. The first item up is with respect to marijuana establishment agent badging. We can go to the next slide. I wanted to put this on the agenda. We have all heard about the regulatory requirements with respect to agent registrations, also its implications with respect to the cannabis industry workforce. Go to the next slide. So a little bit of background, just more of a reminder for folks watching. Most of the regulations around marijuana establishment agent registration is found in 500.030. Just to highlight some key provisions. Number one, a marijuana establishment shall apply for registration for all its employees, owners, executives, and volunteers who are associated with that marijuana establishment. Section 5 speaks to an agent registration card shall be valid for 1 year from the date of issue and may be renewed thereafter on a triennial basis on a determination by the commission that the applicant for renewal continues to be suitable for registration. Next slide. Section 8 speaks to and this is probably one of the most critical pieces. This is the key provision within the regs. A marijuana establishment agent affiliated with multiple marijuana establishments shall be registered as a marijuana establishment agent by each marijuana establishment and shall be issued an agent registration card for each establishment. And obviously, we define marijuana establishment for a cultivator, indoor and outdoor, craft marijuana cooperative, marijuana product manufacturer, micro business, ITL, retailer, transporter, delivery licensee, research facility licensee, social consumption establishment licensee, or any other type of marijuana-related business except an MTC. This is the piece that we hear a lot about. In terms of, I work for one employer, but I'm still required to carry a badge for each marijuana establishment that's owned, even if it's by one business. Go to the next slide. This slide speaks to the costs associated with registration cardholder fees. And this is under 500.005. An applicant for a registration card is a marijuana establishment agent, laboratory agent, or any other position designated as an agent by the commission shall pay a non-refundable application fee of $115 with any such application. B, an applicant for a renewal of a registration card shall also pay a fee of $115. Jump to the next slide. So this is out of 94G, the creation of the Marijuana Regulation Fund. There shall be established, obviously, upon the books of the Commonwealth, a separate fund to be known as the Marijuana Regulation Fund. It shall, subject to appropriation, consist of all monies received on account of the Commonwealth as a result of applications for and licensing of marijuana establishments. So that $115 goes into the Marijuana Regulation Fund per batch, per agent. Go to the next slide. We, the CCC, pays $7 to produce each ME agent badge. And that's just thanks to our finance team, they gave us a rundown. Over the past 3 years, we have spent the following. So between FY22 and FY24, we have spent almost $400,000 on agent badges for ME agents. And again, that's all based on the appropriation that we get back to operate. So that's what we're paying for it out of. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair Stebbins. So out of the $115 application fee, how much, and I know there's also background checks involved. Does that $115 cover that? And if so, is the $7 our cost being covered by the application fee? In other words, it's a wash or it's covered.
Well, the 115 doesn't come to us, right? The 115 goes in the marijuana regulation.
Right,
It's all subject to appropriation.
that's right.
So what we get set is our budget. We're paying the $7 to produce an ME badge out of our budget. And that's what gets us to the, 129 in FY 22, 140 in FY 23, and 140 in FY 20.
Mhm.
Go to the next slide. So this is from our licensing team. These are numbers just as of yesterday. Obviously, this almost can potentially have these numbers move on a daily basis based on who's working at an establishment and who may have turned their badge in. Our number of badged agents, 28,000, and that is obviously mostly, we have 22,000 badges issued for adult use agents and about 6,000 for MTC agents. They broke out numbers a little bit further to say the number of badge agents holding multiple badges is over 6,000. And they broke out the numbers, and I want to thank the licensing team again. They worked for a couple days on this and greatly appreciate their work. Number of agents currently on that 3-year renewal schedule that we talked about is based in a reg. So there's about 13,000 adult use agents who are on that triennial review. But the number that really kind of jumps out to me is, one, it's great to see all the folks that moved over to the triennial review, but the number of badged agents who are holding multiple badges is, over 6,000. Those are 6,000 badges being held by people who have multiple.
So then the 2,800 number, 28,084, so that's not accurate then? Because of the number of badges, agents holding multiple badges, badged.
Now, the number of badged agents, right? So we have, on the adult use side, we have 22,000 who are holding adult use badges.
But
The number of agents out of that 22 that are holding multiple badges are 6,400.
okay, but I don't get it. But then would that number be less than the 22,000? But are those numbers accurate because we're counting people a few times because people have multiple badges?
Like they're triple counted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are. Oh, okay. So we don't really know, we don't have an accurate account of actual bodies, just badges.
Correct.
This is just badges. Right.
Correct.
And the number of badges held by multiple, or number of agents who are holding multiple badges.
I see.
And on that third line,
Mhm.
out of the 28,000 badges,
Yep.
17,700 are on the 3-year renewal. So the short of 11,000 remaining means they just haven't come upon it yet.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Next slide. So is part of looking into this badging question, again, what are ways we might be able to reduce costs? What are some opportunities we have to keep up with technology? I was happy to hear, our finance team, our IT team is looking into possible transition from a physical badge to an electronic version. And I think they'll continue to do that work, but that was an exciting update I heard from the members of those teams with respect to the direction we potentially like to go in as it relates to moving away from the physical badge to an electronic version. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So the company we currently get the badges from, do we know if they have the capability to also, do they have digital badges, the same company?
That I don't know. So I think the team is still in the early process of exploring whether we could do this, whether it might be able to actually pay for itself by
Right.
acquisition.
Over time?
Yeah. All right, move on to the next slide. So for me, and I've laid out a couple of questions, happy to go through these, issues kind of with our current system. Licensed marijuana agents are required to have a badge for each marijuana establishment licensee, regardless of whether the licenses are held by the same company. And the question becomes, can we change our regulations and the regulations I shared on a previous slide to allow for one badge per employee per company? So that's, again, one issue I think I've identified. I think all of us have heard is we've participated in forums and talked to folks within the industry.
The farmers as well.
Yep. The next, go ahead, Commissioner.
So there's that option,
Yep.
or the badge follows the agent is another
The idea
clause
of badge follow.
scenario. And the reason I say that, if I go to school and I get my plumber's license and I work at an employer, that plumber's license follows me wherever I would go because I've got that knowledge. And if someone is an agent and they've done all the required coursework, they have that knowledge. Do they lose that knowledge when they switch employers? I don't think so. So, I mean, that's just another scenario we could explore.
It's another scenario we can explore, also looking at our regs. Again, the ones we started off with talks about the business itself applying for the registration for the employee. Obviously, it might help cover the cost for the employee who may not have $115 of their own to shell out for their registration. So again, giving you a sense of all of the regs that impact this badging question. The second issue I thought about, and I think we've all heard it a lot, is if an agent is laid off, how do they quickly find an opportunity to work for a new licensee without the regulatory delay of applying for a new license? Again, we don't want to lose people out of the industry. I get laid off from an employer. I still want to work in the industry. I got to provide for my family. It's easier for me to go get a job at a business that doesn't have the tight regulations that this industry does. So I may move out of the industry completely because I know there will be a delay in getting a new badge to go to work for a new employer. To try to think of, again, how do we help somebody stay in the workforce? They've already been trained. They've gone through RBT training. They've gone through the registration process. I think Commissioner Roy, to your point of the badge going with the individual, is there an opportunity for us to say, within a year after you've successfully gotten your agent registration, if for some reason you're fired, you can easily come back into the system at no additional cost, and you don't kind of miss a step trying to stay involved in the industry. So it is kind of that badge following the individual, but maybe not for, maybe for a defined period of time, right? So again, thinking of the issues that we've all heard that the current badging system seems to have created. And then the third issue, and again, I'm laying out my issues.
Yeah, I got you. We'll wait.
I want to engage the conversations if there are other issues. So issue number 3, if we can pull that up. Our next slide. There it is. This for me came out of the listening session that we had with the outdoor cultivators. Is there an opportunity for a licensed marijuana agent to work for another licensee for a brief period of time, say during that cultivation time? Or, the other option is, do we create a temporary license, which obviously might create a whole next level of regulatory writing around that. But thinking about, the visit Commissioner Roy and I had out to Paper Crane, like we're only cultivating for a certain period of time.
Yeah.
So if we can find agreement, maybe with a fellow outdoor cultivator that we can share employees, there's a saving to both licensees. We already know who the individual is because they've already been through the registration process. They've already been trained. is it a matter of us just wondering where they're working that day?
Mhm.
But maybe, finding a solution to give a certain period of time where Tim Roy's outdoor cultivation can borrow some of my employees because our
Right.
cultivation
Heard that,
schedules
yeah.
are off, and they can go work for you. Keeps them employed, leave it up to the licensees to figure out who covers what costs or how they arrange that. But are we just looking to make sure, and again, this came out of the outdoor cultivators listening, so it was something that I kind of got attached to or fixated on in terms of how can we help? So,
If I may,
Go ahead.
not even outdoor cultivators and that is a significant issue. I mean, in Western Mass, I've talked to outdoor cultivators and right in Croptober and where they have a certain amount and they don't need to carry the full stuff. So it definitely is an issue, but even think about independent testing labs. These are highly specialized folks in the science industry that, think about within the labs, them being able to have personnel, if they're friendly with another lab and they know how to operate a certain piece of, equipment.
Yeah.
I think it would be beneficial to other license types as well.
possible. So what I intended for us to do today is have a very high level discussion, but we've all heard about the badging challenges.
Mhm.
I've had some initial conversations with parts of our team and greatly appreciate, I see Suko up there and, folks from our licensing division. Obviously, there's a finance piece to this that we need to be mindful of. There's also an IT piece to this that we need to be mindful of. But for me, it seems to be an issue that has been lingering.
Mhm.
We hear the industry say, help us, be more competitive, but kind of reducing these costs, or at least the redundancy and the bureaucracy of keeping up with badging for folks. So again, this is kind of, for me, a high level look at the regs that we're kind of working under now, possible issues and maybe issues that we can help solve.
Mhm.
But, I open up to, again, we're not voting on anything today. There's certainly more work and conversations I want to have with our entire team, but we've all heard about this issue and, I'd open it up if there's issues that I didn't cover or I'm missing that we think are also part of this problem. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for working on this and bringing it like this and breaking it down so simple to read. To comprehend, right? We've all heard this for years now. My only kind of thought or putting it out there is I've also heard the employer pays for it.
Say that.
But then, someone it doesn't work and they leave in 3 months or 6 months, and then a new person comes in and, but I have heard the comment of, does the employee pay for it? In terms of the badge, and it takes a cost off the, the cannabis establishment. I don't know. I don't have a preference for that one, but I have heard that as well, because this is, for some places, it's retail. For other places, it's more, like you said, like the labs, more specific professions or cultivation. It's a little different, but that's another thing that we should explore as well. I don't know what other industries may do but again, something that I've heard as well, but this is really good.
Sure.
That's a great point, because, we're trying to look at it from the employee perspective, but also the employer perspective. So I appreciate that, because it is a significant, what if someone after like 2-3 weeks says, it happens for me, and it happens,
That's all in the retail.
especially in the retail. So, and there's a time commitment, a cost commitment, there's a lot. So I don't know what other jurisdictions do, but if our government affairs team could look up the other jurisdictions to see if the employer subsidizes it or the employee does. And, maybe some places have signing bonus, like we cover it when you sign on with us, but you got to give us this long or you pay it back. I don't know, but I'm curious to see what other jurisdictions do and where does that burden fall? On the employee, the agent, or the owner, the employer?
It's almost like, for some jobs, I mean, I've done plenty of retail in my life, but in some jobs, you have to buy a uniform,
Right.
or you have to pay for certain things, the employers just don't give you. So
Yeah.
again, don't know, but it would be interesting to see what other jurisdictions do.
Right, and then I guess, just, bless you, bless you. Thank you. So if the, sorry, this might be a legal question. If the employee subsidizes the cost of the registration, do they therefore have a property right with that? That carries with them. See, right now, they don't, who has the property right of that? No one. Is there a property right?
Our regs say employer pays for it and, you know,
And it dissolves with,
and as soon as you leave that employment, your badge gets turned back in.
exactly. Now, if we flip it on its head and we say it follows the agent and the agent pays for it, does the agent, as long as they are compliant and they pass background checks and everything is compliant, that's almost like a property right that goes with them, right?
Any thoughts now that we're putting you on the spot?
I think I'd have to look into this before chiming in with a more definitive opinion.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting thought.
It's a great question. You know, we have heard about, you know, everything from can the badge follow the person to that blip in their service, like how do they immediately stay in the workforce? And is that because the badge follows them? Does that mean we give them a window for them to have their badge, which, you know, we're telling them they renew on an annual basis. If they find another job within a year, why should we hit them up for another $115 or their new employer up to that $100? So, all good questions. Again, kind of having the top level conversation about it, but I think about it from a competitiveness standpoint. I can think about it from a worker standpoint, like I'm doing this. If I lose my job, I don't want to have to go back to the regulatory rigmarole to get my registration for a new employer. It's just as easy for me to go find another job in retail that's not requiring that.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to lose people out of the workforce. But, you know, thinking about that registration piece, you know, for me, and again, high level, just starting the conversation, you know, for me, I like the idea of the employer paying for it because that way it doesn't come down to somebody who can afford the registration and somebody who can't. And at the same time, I saw this a little bit in gaming of, do we want to be flooded with registration applications for people that may not end up going into a job?
Yeah, yeah.
And so now we've taken some of their money, we've tied up some of our resources to approve them
Right.
without that company or employer sponsorship kind of behind it. So thinking through all those issues, but I definitely think we need to stay focused on this and find some easier solutions to one, not only help our licensees, but also help the people in the industry that we don't want to lose.
Now, this isn't analogous, but I'm just thinking of our qualifying medical patients. They have to meet certain criteria to become a qualified medical patient. They too receive an identification, if you will. Now, for those folks, if I'm a medical patient and I switch clinicians, providers, I don't have to start the process over again and reapply as a medical patient. I just switch providers. And I don't like having to start over again, get re-diagnosed, submit all the proof of residency and everything else. That doesn't occur there. I know it's different, but what occurs for an agent, if they go from Kim Roy's Cannabis to Bruce Stebbins Cannabis, they have to start the process all over again. And that's a little onerous.
It is onerous. And again, we don't want to lose that person because, you know, whatever obligations they may have to provide for a family or whatever, provide for themselves. I can't wait to go through that registration process again, but it's just as easy for me to go out and get another retail job or that registration isn't required.
I feel like the current regulatory scheme disincentivizes folks to either stay in the industry. It's disincentivizing, in my opinion. even for employers at some, even I had a talk with our I&E team. We talk about, we had mass ability here and we talk about hiring disabled folks. Well, some disabled folks can't pass RVT. So I've had licensees tell me that almost it disincentivizes them to hire disabled folks so there are things we need to look at. And I think we need to look at, we want this to be, economic development, economic driver. And the way it is now, it's not. It doesn't encourage that. I mean, yes, do we have 28,000 agents and we're grateful? That's a lot.
Yep.
But I think it's a little limiting the way it's set up now and to like people switch employers all the time in many industries and to have to start from square one again, it just.
Right. And this is good conversation. Obviously, we know that behind any regulatory changes, the functionality for us behind that to handle all for our team to handle these changes. Conversely, looking at, obviously, we want to keep people employed in the industry without that gap. But I'm also thinking about, a small licensee who may have 3 licenses. I'm paying $115 for you, Kim Roy. You're my one employee, or you're one employee, but I'm paying 3 times for you.
Right. In Colorado, they don't have that. So it's per employer. So if I own a product manufacturing, cultivation, and a retail, you would be assigned one badge because you're all under one entity.
Right.
Now we have 3 because they're different licenses.
I mean, it no longer makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make, we all agree, right? It doesn't make sense the way it is. Okay.
So just to, again, bring that up, we've all heard the same conversation. We've all heard the same arguments. And I think it's time for us to kind of push ahead.
Modernize.
Modernize, yeah.
So may I ask then, okay, we have this conversation today, then what? And do we ask for informal comments? Do we ask for, what's next?
It's a great question. I brought this up because I wanted to make sure as we think about this, what some of the other issues are. The issue we're trying to address is one employer, same employee, multiple badges. That seems redundant.
Right.
For us and for our systems. 2, how do we help somebody who gets laid off or leaves one employer for one reason or another? How do we keep them in the industry? And it's allowing that, it's thinking about that quick turnaround time. 3rd, as we've heard it, is I don't need somebody full-time. I don't want to pay that $115 for a badge for somebody who I'm only using a month out of the year to allow that a little bit of that collaboration. So for me, next steps are, I think you touched on one of them. Let's see what other jurisdictions do. And I also want to look at the cost of licensing. And, continuing to sit down, pulling together maybe a working group or working group charter on this to think through what are the next issues, working with legal to think about what some of the reg changes are that we can make. So this was initial, is this something we want to pursue? Or these changes we want to pursue? And if they are, then let's start digging into this work to get the right changes done. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I have a question for licensing. I think Suko is with us.
It was.
Hugo might have been there.
She was on.
Anyone from licensing with us?
Always get back to.
Yeah.
So, and another thought, and you got my wheel spinning about the cost of the badges themselves of, cumulatively over $400,000 and everything goes to the marijuana regulation fund, whether it's the sales tax, the excise tax, local option tax, and fees and fines. And we rely on appropriation, and we're grateful to our partners in the legislature, but have we ever advocated for retained revenue? I think gaming has retained revenue, like let's say fees and fines to help, ideally, if that could be retained revenue, that could help with offsets on some of these things, like the medical cards, the agent badging, infrastructure here, our software, we all would agree, needs updates. So I don't know if there's a way to work with our government affairs team and our AED and our ED to appeal for the fees and the fines, which we generate as retained revenue?
It's a good question. And happy to have those conversations with, our partners in the legislature.
Oh,
Oh, Director Coble,
thank you.
you can correct everything.
No, no, I'm not going to correct anything. No, could you please restate the question you had for me?
I didn't even state it yet, so thank you,
Oh.
Director Coble. So my question is, and we know there's a 1 year and then the 3-year review. And, as we contemplate policy changes, whether it's the registration following the agent or, maybe per entity, you only need one. But I guess in any event, if I work for 2 different places, am I required to do 2 different background checks? Like, how does that work? How long are they on file and how often do the background checks need to be re-upped?
So they do get background checks for every, whatever establishment they are going to be working for. However, if it's, so let's say it's one marijuana establishment that has various locations, and this agent is working at 3 different locations for that licensee, they can apply for a query waiver. So they wouldn't need to do a background check for each badge under that licensee.
Okay, if that's 3 of the same, but what if I work for 2 different, one in one town, one different entities altogether? Do I need 2 background checks on file now?
So if they are different entities, yes.
Even though I'm the same person?
Yes.
Yes, that was rhetorical anyway. Thank you. Okay, so I mean, it just gives us food for thought, on how we modernize, to use your word, your 7s. Thank you so much, Director Coble.
No problem. Thank you.
Director, anything you want to add since you joined us?
Not at the moment. I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion, and I will jump in if I have anything to add.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And thank you, Director, for helping me pull all the numbers together. I greatly appreciate it. I know that's not an easy lift.
My pleasure. Appreciate it. It was a team effort, so
It was.
thank you.
Good job.
That, again, I wanted to talk about this all with you at a high level and just kind of
Excited.
move ahead because I think it's a change.
Absolutely. We've been talking about it, so this is good.
Good.
Thank you for taking it on, Commissioner Stebbins.
Don't know. Go ahead.
Back from the industry, what are we going to solicit that?
We can solicit, put something together that we can approve to put out for some informal public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, let's think about questions for that. That's a great idea. All right. That's all I had. We already covered delivery to no towns. The next item is the job description for the employee relations manager. Looking for our acting ED. Hi, Debbie. How are you this afternoon? You hear us, Debbie?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you. I'm doing well. Hope everybody's doing well also.
We are. Go ahead.
So I guess I'm looking to Commissioner Camargo on this one because I understood that that this item is possibly going to be dropped from the agenda and wait for the new ED to come on board before we proceed with any further discussions around the need for this role.
Okay. I mean, it's not being dropped from the agenda. It's on the agenda. We can certainly.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry,
okay.
Acting Chair. I meant
No.
future. I meant future agenda because we're not. I understood we were not going to be talking about it today.
Okay. There you go. Commissioner Camargo.
So yeah, I guess Commissioner Roy's a little confused because we can't talk to each other. Debbie, thank you so much. So I had asked questions before we brought this back to today's agenda after, for myself, just sort of thinking about the agency, our organizational plan and structure, and having a new executive director that we've hired that's starting on March 3rd. I respectfully am asking, I will not be voting on it, and pausing for myself on any new roles that come to us from now until the new executive director comes on board, to give him an opportunity to review the commission. And some of these roles, I believe the role that our acting executive director just put forward is something for, down the line. I think the same thing with the another senior position for government affairs that we had talked about as well. And I know that we were looking at some stuff around that, but for me personally, and just not personally, but professionally right now, I think it would be a good opportunity to let the executive director, give him some time to, review our org chart and see what, what he's envisioning. But Debbie, I like I told you in our email, I thank you for your leadership and the forward thinking on a lot of these roles. I know they're necessary, and I know we want them now. I just think for the purposes of us moving forward, I'm holding off.
Sure.
And I appreciate that. And it does make sense because we are going to have a new executive director March 3rd. And I agree with you. I think the new ED probably needs to do an organizational assessment to see where the needs are. I mean, I've said this to our general counsel, he needs more attorneys. So I'm going to advocate for you right in the meeting and your team. So I think look at the org chart. We need to have an organizational assessment and find out where our needs are. And so Debbie, I do appreciate you bringing those forward, and I'm sure there is a definite need, but I'm okay with hitting the pause button until Travis comes on board.
Yeah, I would echo that. I don't discount the fact that, I think our HR team needs some added resources and added folks. But certainly appreciate, Debbie, you're thinking this through, thinking of the requirements. I think you're also, I think when you and I last checked in, you're in the process of filling the last position, right? The human resources manager position.
That's correct.
Okay.
Acting chair. And I just want to say, with all due respect, I actually had made several recommendations over a year ago in terms of looking at our structure. And I still believe that. And I at this point, since we're getting a new ED March 3rd, and I'm really excited about that and looking forward to, working with him with some of these recommendations that are coming out of, not just the Human Resources Department, but other divisions and departments as well. And, so with all due respect, over a year ago, I started making recommendations regarding the structural efficiency of the agency, and some of these positions that you're seeing me present and other division leaders or chiefs and directors present are positions that we really need within the agency. And as I had mentioned to you, Commissioner Camargo, in one of our emails that we had exchanged, that part of our problem also is to get over the hurdle of our budget, because we continue to be level funded, and we need these positions. The bandwidth that we have is not broad enough to continue with the work that we're doing here at the commission. Our staff is overstressed and overwhelmed. And so hopefully that's another side of the coin that, our new ED coming in can assist us with, with advocating for a budget that's going to allow us to continue to do the work that we do here in the Commonwealth. And we do contribute a lot. And I'm sorry that, I hope you don't think I'm rambling, but these things are important to human resources, and it's important to our staff. So just wanted to say that, but I am in agreement, long way, in agreement to wait for our new ED to look at the structural efficiency of our commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, and yes, greatly appreciate your points around the budget and the advocacy work that we have ahead of us in this budget cycle to, as you said, to have the resources to do not only the work that's on our plate, but the work that's in front of us. So thank you for sharing that reminder, Debbie. Absolutely appreciate it. Commissioner Roy?
And can we take a minute to talk publicly? What does this advocacy look like? I don't feel it's been cohesive in the past. How do I say that? And when we talk for the budget. And I don't know, as acting chair, if you have a vision, I know you talked about the strategic group. That's kind of in pause right now.
Yep.
So it's kind of been ad hoc. I mean, I know we testify, that's a formal thing, but the rest has kind of been ad hoc. And I don't know if you have a vision or a strategy or.
I think what we've done to this point, I know our CFAO is in the room and she's welcome to chime in. You know, we've done some of the perfunctory things, right? We've in terms of letter to A&F, I know that A&F had a very good call last month with our team to walk through our expenditures, what we were requesting. They kind of set the guidelines in terms of budgets we can propose. And that was a good conversation. I don't know how many times we've had the opportunity to do that in the past. But now that, you know, the budget discussion is shifting to the legislature, we certainly want to be active with our counterparts on the Hill and talk about, you know, the funds that we need, you know, to function as a commission. Lisa?
Yeah, yes, we did meet.
Hold that a little bit closer.
We did meet with A&F about a month ago. We did go through essentially what we talked about here at our public meeting. It was government affairs, met Jean Cola and the budget director and myself. We met with A&F, went through essentially what we requested during the last public meeting and had those discussions. Really articulated our need, our increase in licensees over the last few years, and that our budget hasn't increased. We talked about our IT infrastructure, how there's an imminent need to get some money into that. We did talk about retained earnings, and we explained that we are picking up a lot of the industry costs out of our appropriation. Those costs are increasing, and we're not seeing an increase in our appropriation. So the result is less funding for us to operate and pay staff and new initiatives. So we did go through that. And as you've seen yesterday, first round, no real change. We are working with Joint Ways and Means on a budget proposal for them. That will be due next week. But again, I think what we're seeing is we're not a priority. So I think we do need to do more advocacy on behalf of the agency to help with that.
Yeah. Commissioner, go ahead.
So I guess moving forward, I'd like to make a request as treasurer. So any future meetings with A&F or any other meetings like that, I would like to be included in those meetings as well, to help with the advocacy around the budget. So if there's a way to incorporate the treasurer in some of those meetings, presentations, et cetera, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, thank you. I didn't mean to leave you out. Right, no, or Commissioner Stebbins was there for part of it as well. So I didn't forget about you.
No worries.
Acting Chair, may I?
Of course, go ahead, Debbie.
Just to ditto what Commissioner Roy just said, I would have liked to have also been a participant in that meeting. And I think I do have some ideas around advocacy, and this is something that, you know, I can also share with the incoming ED, but I think there also needs to be more participation from commissioners.
I agree.
And I think, you know, this is not the first time this had come up before. when we look at advocating for our budget, we need to have subject matter experts in the room. We need to have supporters. We need to have commissioners who can speak to the work that we're doing here and encourage the legislature to take a look at our budget to make sure that we're not repeating the cycles of level funding or underfunding, because the work that happens here at the commission is of great magnitude, and we cannot continue to tax the staff the way that we are. And when we talk about retention and we look at retention, this is one of those areas that is, hurting us, because individuals or employees do not want to stay if they're consistently going to be, put into a situation where we have so much work to do that they cannot meet the demands and the deliverables that we're asking them to meet. So we do need a robust advocacy program around our budget, because it's not working. We're in going into 8 years now, and this is it's a lot of work, and we need the financial support. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would argue a step further, Debbie, that there's public health ramifications here and part of our budgeting. And what I mean by that is a lab for confirmatory testing. That should be a super duper priority. And we can't do it without the funding. Lab shopping, I've said a million times, and potency inflation isn't unique to Massachusetts. It's across the country, but that doesn't mean we do nothing. And, so to pull us in to advocate, to me, it's a public health, I wouldn't go so far as say it's an emergency, but definitely a public health issue. So it does rise to those levels. We're in sore need of updates to our IT infrastructure, and it's no reflection. We love our IT team. They're incredible. But like any IT, it does need upgrades and updating. And we're at that point. We're not a startup anymore. And we have 140 employees. So you're right, Debbie. We can't do the same thing over and over again and then expect a different result. I think we have to shake it up and mix it up and figure out how we can advocate for our needs. And I appreciate you mentioning the retained revenue because we do assess fines and we do have fees that come in. And out of our appropriations, we are subsidizing these things.
Right.
So I think that's something that we need to advocate for as well. And also budget week in our State of the Cannabis event, which is amazing and awesome. Is that the right time? I feel like it's almost too late. I think we need to move that to, if possible, right now, because that's part of that is advocating for the agency. And by then it's the end of the session or the budget's already been spoken for. So maybe we move that as well.
I'm sorry, just a point of inquiry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Just a point of inquiry, and I want to so a couple of things. Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins, I know that we started talking about this subject because Debbie talked about advocacy, which is, and this should be probably a topic on the agenda, right? If not in February, so that we can have a very, robust or Commissioner Stebbins, 2-on-2 or however it is in terms of what the plan is or what the strategy is. But I just want to recommend and caution us that this was not on the agenda and we're getting into a big conversation around it, but it's a very important conversation. The State of the Cannabis is on April 29th. To your question, Commissioner Roy, is it too late? Is it? And also, Commissioner Roy, I feel you because when we were going through governance and we were talking about the treasurer's role, that was one of the reasons that I was, pushing and saying the treasurer can be available or there. And I wanted to make sure that stuff was written into our governance document. So again, not for this meeting, but to your point, you asked, hey, I want to be in this meeting next time, right? And not that they overlooked the treasurer's role or anything else, but it's something that you should at least know, because then you sit here and you're like, wait, I'm the treasurer, right?
Right.
But I guess my recommendation is that if either Commissioner Stebbins as a chair, maybe put it on the agenda for next month sooner rather than later, or set up some time with us, it's only two of us right now, to talk about what those next steps are. Obviously, I saw the letter, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. But, there are a lot of stuff that we want to advocate for. And Debbie, to your point, like, we got to get better at it every year. We want to make sure that we know what's happening so that we're not, going to MMA tomorrow and running into somebody and, making sure that we're all on the same page and that this avoids me going up to the State House and advocating for what I care about, or Commissioner Roy going by herself, so this is a larger conversation, and I know we have executive session after this, so I just wanted to do a point of inquiry, but also just acknowledge the conversation and also remind us as commissioners that some of this stuff is in governance in terms of the calendar, the process, and some of the stuff that we worked on before. So just so we can come back to it, but.
Go ahead.
And I have a question, and I'm confident I already know the answer, but public awareness was not funded, correct? In the H1?
Correct.
Okay, so that goes to your social consumption awareness? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Lisa.
All right.
Acting Chair, I'm sorry, just one final comment. And my thinking was, if this was a preliminary or discussion or preface to a discussion at the next public meeting would fall under new business. But just a comment about, we have a number of priorities before us for 2025 that has not been revealed yet. And so I would appreciate putting this on the agenda for the February meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. All right. With that said, we need to move into executive session. So I will entertain a motion pursuant to General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21, seek a motion to enter into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. Do I have a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So
May I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Let the record show the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Roy. Aye. Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved unanimously. We'll now transition into executive session. For the record, the individuals participating in the session will be the three commissioners, our acting ED and Chief People Officer, Deborah Hilton Creek, our General Counsel, Kajal Chattopadhyay, Deputy General Counsel, Michael Baker, Associate General Counsel, Mike Bergquist, Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Khaleesi Jones, Paralegal, Ivania Corrales-Solis, and outside counsel from Morgan Brown and Troy Jacqueline Kugel. As a reminder, the commission will reconvene in open session. So with that, move into the other room.
thank you.
Okay, I think we're back. All right. Thanks everyone for their patience. We are now moving on to the last item, which is, excuse me, legal intervention discussion. This is being presented by Commissioner Roy and our general counsel. General counsel, do you want to start? And I know Commissioner Roy has comments she wants to make.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. And I'll try to keep this quick as we have had a long day here. As you're aware, the legislature, as part of its Chapter 180 updates, granted the commission new and expanded powers to review and approve host community agreements, HCAs, and also set stringent requirements on community impact fees, or CIFs. And there have been a number of towns, cities and towns across the state, represented by mostly represented by a single law firm, who have taken the position that the commission doesn't have authority to look at HCAs that were executed prior to the effective date of the amended statute. Those provisions appear in 94G, where they were codified. And as a result, we have a situation where there are a number of licensees who, because these towns have taken the position that we don't have authority to review these prior HCAs, have refused to cooperate with licensees to submit as part of the renewal process what the commission and our licensing team would deem to be HCA compliant, compliant HCAs. This has not only hamstrung our licensing team, but it also has placed a number of these licensees in a limbo situation, because they do need a compliant HCA in order to have their licenses renewed, which is, as you know, done on a yearly basis. And many of these licensees, pursuant to your vote back in May, have applied for administrative extensions to get, for the purpose of getting these HCAs over the finish line and into a compliant state. We have a situation now where we have over, I think it's 60 licensees that are now bumping up against the timeline of that 360-day extension that you previously granted back in May. And so those licensees are now in a position where they have to make some decisions and are a little bit under the gun to finish their licensing process and to be able to submit the compliant HCAs as part of that. Collectively, those licensees, like I said, 60 plus coming up for against those administrative extensions. 5 of those are MTCs, and there are also cultivators, which represent between 3 and 4% of the canopy statewide, as well as the balance being retailers across the state. Now, the towns in these cases, like I said, have taken the position that the commission doesn't have authority to review HCAs that were executed before the effective date of the statute, which is a direct challenge to the commission's authority under the revised provisions of Chapter 94G as part of the Chapter 180 overhaul. There's a case pending in Middlesex Superior Court. The lead plaintiff is Theory Wellness, and there are 2 co-plaintiffs along with them that have brought a case in which the town, it's the town of Great Barrington, has asserted that the commission doesn't have authority to review the HCA, which was executed prior to the effective date of the statutory amendments. And this is the same issue that is now being confronted by these licensees statewide. It is a case that's ripe. It is now set to be, motions are set to be heard in the case. It is a case in which the commission's interests are not currently represented. And for that reason, I think it is a good idea, and I recommend that we, as a commission, work with the Attorney General's office to submit a legal filing in this case. In discussions with them, I don't know if that'll take the form of a formal legal intervention or if that might be an amicus brief, but that'll be subject to discussion with the Attorney General's office. But the purpose of this intervention or involvement will be to make sure that the commission's interests are represented in the case and are considered by the judge as the case makes its way through the process. As I mentioned, this is an issue that has impacted a lot of different licensees statewide. It seems like we're getting notice of a new situation, a new licensee being impacted almost on a daily basis. So the number is growing. And the extensions that you previously granted for the purposes of executing compliant HCAs is coming to a close. And for that reason, I feel like there is a sense of urgency here to get this, to get some sort of clarity in this matter so that not only is the commission's statutory authority clarified, but it also clarify the posture between the towns and the various licensees that are currently stuck and in some sort of limbo. As I mentioned, we have over 50 licensees statewide impacted. We have 5 MTCs, we have cultivators. This is this presents a direct threat to public welfare, public safety. Just given the MTCs, first of all, that involves access to medicine and patients' access to treatment for their various illnesses. So that's a public safety, public welfare issue. Likewise, the cultivators that are impacted here, certainly a great fear of that product being diverted to the legacy unregulated market. And so I am seeking from you here today authority to speak and confer with the Attorney General's office about steps forward to get the commission involved as in that case, either as an intervener or an amicus or whatever form the commission and the Attorney General's office can agree to.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes, and thank you, General Counsel. So, and just to, as an overview, in Massachusetts, is statutorily mandated, Chapter 180, Section 10, D1, that ME or MTC must have an executed host community agreement in order to operate in that municipality. And with the change of the law, the commission has jurisdiction authority to review and approve and to make sure that those contracts are compliant with current law. And really, this is a case of first impression. We really don't have case law that we can turn to. And as you said, we're up against a clock because in May of last year, this commission voted to provide administrative extensions to negotiate a compliant HCA, and you can up to 3 120-day extensions. So now with the clock, fast forward a year later, and those extensions will have been exhausted. So there is a deleterious effect, not only on those licensees, but the industry, patients, as you said, there's 5 medical treatment centers that patients would lose access to. 3 to 4% of our canopy could possibly go under. And we do worry about diversion with those. Do we know how many in this pool, this first tranche, because there'll be subsequent tranches? How many are SCP or EEA? Do we know?
I don't have that information for you.
But we could get that, right? And if I was a gambling person, I'd say that probably there are some SCP, EEA that fall within this first tranche that will literally go out of business if they don't have, or unless this board decides to take action to provide further extensions. So I appreciate that. So for folks watching, and I think it's important that we discuss why now. There were two previous cases, that the two Carolines I'll fondly refer to, one in Haverhill and one in Uxbridge, where we stayed silent. And they are two women-owned SCP. And now we have Theory and two other plaintiffs, as you mentioned, along. And so my questions are, this is a change now in philosophy or posture. The commission has stayed silent. Why now? Why didn't we intervene for those previous cases? And thirdly, could legal provide recommendations to this board on how we maybe in equitable relief, maybe in another section, appeal to the commission to file an motion to intervene or an amicus brief, either or, but that's for down the line more. So again, why now? Why not then? And how do we look to the future?
Sure, and thank you for the questions, Commissioner Roy. In terms of why now, let me start with that. The time here is ripe, and as I mentioned, we're getting to a point now where those administrative extensions are set to expire without further action of the board, and it really is putting a lot of licensees in peril with respect to their license status. And so the time to act is now, and this case, just given the posture that it's in right now, it is set up for a motion hearing. The date still will be determined, but that's the stage where it's at. And so if we were to get involved now, we would then, file whatever we file, we get a motion date, there'd be a hearing and then a decision on the motion, hopefully in time to address, some of the time sensitivities that our licensees are facing. So in terms of the why now, I think it's very timely. It's an issue that affects a wide swath of our licensees, and also obviously the commission's interest. And so the time to act is now.
May I just ask, and this was a decision based on our legal team monitoring the docket. There was no influence or outside pressures on us. This was an independent decision by our legal team.
That is correct. Yes, there has been no outside pressure, no outside discussions to get us to this point where we're seeking to take this step.
Same question.
So that's the why now part. And like I said, this is an issue that has far-reaching consequences. And I will continue as general counsel to, in the future, if there are other cases that come up that present important issues for the commission, I will continue to advocate that we make sure that our interests are represented in whatever forum it is, whether it's court or somewhere else. And that's a position that I'm taking, here now in my position. As far as the other the cases that you mentioned, one case, the Haverhill STEM case, that was actually, the decision in that case was released before I started as general counsel. So we, under my tenure here, didn't have a chance to get involved in that case. And the other situation, I think, involving Caroline's Cannabis, that was a case, if I'm remembering correctly, which actually settled very soon after I started.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the timing, just given when I started, didn't allow for us to get involved.
Any other thoughts? You have a question, Commissioner?
No, not a question, just a comment, but thank you. I'm glad that we're having the discussion, and Commissioner Roy, thank you for, bringing it to the table and just allowing us to look at this general counsel as well, and staying on top of this, because it's now that we have chapter 180 in the books that makes a difference. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, General Counsel. And I do appreciate this and this approach, and you're bringing a new lens, a new perspective to the significant challenges that not only the commission faces, but folks in the industry face. So I do appreciate that. What was my question? Now I forget. It's like the end of the day. I know what my question was. So and I've said this publicly as one person's opinion about the intent of the law. And I think really that's the question at hand, is the intent of chapter 180. And some folks interpreting that the clock started when it was signed into law, and then everything, all these contracts were grandfathered in. But one opinion again, the intent of the law, it says review and approve upon new and renewal. And so for them to be compliant on renewal, we have to look at these existing contracts. That's one aspect of the intent of the law. And the other aspect, in my opinion, is if you imagine the Massachusetts, and I used this before, you look at a pyramid, and if we're just ballparking 80–90% maturation, saturation in Massachusetts, okay? And what's left at the top of the triangle is new. Was the intent of the law only to help the tip of the triangle, or was the intent of the law to be inclusive of everybody? And so my gut says the law wasn't meant to help what's left, because there's not as much left as what's already here. So I guess that's what you'll be arguing, is that the intent of the law is for the industry as a whole, not a selective piece of the pie.
That's right.
And that we have the authority upon renewal. And so to exercise that authority statutorily given in chapter 180, we need to review existing contracts.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I again want to thank our GC for finding this opportunity. To thank Commissioner Roy, because Commissioner Roy was part of that component of the Chapter 180 implementation in the working group. And obviously, this is going to give, I think you pointed this out, it's going to give some clarity to the commission. It's going to give clarity to cities and towns. It's going to give clarity to our licensees. So it sounds like the appropriate platform to use to try to get some legal input as to whether we have been effectuating the law appropriately. And we think we have, our entire team thinks we have, and this commission thinks we have. So I welcome this next step. We'll see where it takes us. But yeah.
So I know we have motion language to provide COGL directive, but prior to that, us voting the future. And this is opportunity is being, I don't want to say availed, but we are stepping in as subject matter experts in this particular case. And what happens to future cases? And is there a way, and I know you're going to provide an analysis and a legal opinion on, is there a way to embed it in our regulations where that folks can appeal to the commission to do an amicus brief or to file a motion to intervene? And I know we need analysis on that, but it is something I think we should contemplate as embedded within our regulations.
Good point. Anything?
Yeah, agreed. I'm happy to look at that issue and work with you on that.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other comments or questions, I would entertain a motion to delegate to the general counsel the authority to prepare and submit legal filings in the Theory Wellness et al. Versus Town of Great Barrington matter, appear in court and present oral argument on behalf of the commission, and to take all necessary steps to protect the commission's interest in the regulation of host community agreements and community impact fees, including the ability to coordinate as necessary with the Attorney General's office. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
Just one little friendly amendment.
Good.
And inform the commission prior to, at the end. Can you just read that?
Sure. The last
The last.
clause is
Yes.
including the ability to coordinate as necessary with the Attorney General's office and provide updates back to this commission.
Yes, please.
Okay. Friendly amendment motion I'm looking for. Okay. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo? Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, GC. Appreciate that.
Thank you all.
That does it for our commission discussion and votes. I have no new business, not anticipated at time of posting. Our next meeting dates, February 13th is our monthly public meeting. February 27th will be our public listening session with respect to our medical program.
Nice.
March 13th is public meeting. March 27th, I'm not going to go through all these, but March 27th is scheduled to be another policy meeting. Welcome feedback on how you felt this one went. I'm sorry, we probably went a little longer than expected, but it gives us the opportunity to dive into issues that I just feel we lose time to talk about during a public business meeting. But Commissioner Roy.
And before we adjourn, I just want to take this opportunity to give a special recognition to our Director of Constituent Services, Kathy Oliver Jones. Kathy announced recently she will be at the next chapter of a retirement, and we hope it's a wonderful, amazing retirement with her family. But I want to take this time. I've gotten to know Kathy real well. Spent time with her. It's been a joy and honor to work with her. Her and I have gone out into the community to present to older Americans, and she's a rock star out there. And she's, the thing about Kathy is so compassionate, and she's helped so many of our medical patients, thousands upon thousands. I probably can't even count. And I want to just say that she's been such an amazing person here at the commission, and she will be missed, and we wish her all the best.
Thank you. I will echo that. I had the opportunity to work with Kathy on the ED search committee, and your description is exactly the kind of person she is. And we're sad to see her go, but happy for her in the next chapter. She's done a great job with the medical program. I'll miss the opportunity to go out and do road shows with you and her, but we'll build that into the job description for the next person. So, anything else? Again, we just covered meeting dates. Again, thank my colleagues for your collaboration on today's meeting, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Comments.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say ditto for Kathy. Kathy, thank you so much. You're a rock star, and retirement sounds fun. Let us know what you do. And I just wanted to say, obviously, because this is our moment really quickly, but just to follow up, I know that we had the budget kind of conversation, sort of. So obviously, Commissioner Stebbins, I know you're great at following up. So I'm sure we'll have that conversation. In the Commissioner Roy, I'm going to reach back out to our team. I'm getting a little sick, so I can't even think right now. It's been a long day. But to our colleague Anne Marie, who has been leading us around public awareness and social consumption. And I know as of now, we didn't get funded, but I think part of that conversation as well will be how do we get public awareness dollars to fund some of this public awareness. I definitely want to talk to you about that as well. And then the other thing, and maybe a little premature, but I just want to say a lot of folks have reached out today and said, hey, I haven't got my comments in. Just get them in, right? I know that today is a deadline. And listening, or people will go back and listen. The social consumption sort of regulatory writing group, we're going to start meeting again starting on Monday or Wednesday, and we're going to go back and look at all these comments, and we're going to start, massaging some of those new comments into the regulatory language. And then we're going to come back up and, I'm looking at the calendar and making sure that we're sticking somewhat to our timeline. And the other thing too, and Commissioner Stebbins and I are going to talk about this next week, but I kind of want to figure out, Commissioner Roy, how do we involve you as well? We're going to be having conversations with the cities and towns that have sort of waved their hand a little bit to say, I'm possibly interested in social consumption. And we're going to be doing some tours to some of these cities and towns with public safety officials, with, we're going to reach out to the mayor, we're going to reach out to, obviously, some of the either retail or cultivation, whatever it is. So, I know only 2 of us can be at one of those tours, but I think it would be good for, I think, all of us to participate, because the regs are out now. And I didn't talk to Commissioner Stebbins about this before. I'm just kind of putting it out there because I want you to know now, because I'm going to work on this starting next week. But, yesterday we presented to the MPTC, which is a Massachusetts Police Training committee or commission. And, we talked about social consumption, and we talked about the framework and what it looks like. And they are, very collaborative in the sense to think about what does training look like for officers. And what I realize is that, even our officers may have some kind of stigma of building those relationships or walking to some of these sites for whatever reason, right? So, for me, I want to make sure that we have public safety at the table and that they're educated and they understand this. So I'm going to push, and Matt doesn't know this yet. I think they're at the MMA conference, but we're going to be working on those sort of city tours for social consumption. But I will obviously, and that'll be, honestly, when I look at the calendar, it'll probably be after the February 27th, but it'll be, the month of March and April.
And thank you. And if I'm unable to go because of open meeting law, like bring back updates to public.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
exciting.
But to pick up on this point, we heard it yesterday. I think there's still regardless of social consumption.
Yeah, there's still
I think some disconnect.
Yeah.
Between the industry and public.
Yeah.
And, our comms department in the last release of, the yearly sales figures broke it out by county. And I think there was some shock in terms of numbers and like, wow, this is how much my county is generating in terms of cannabis sales. And, we saw numbers that they're a big employer in industry, is a big employer. So moving forward, especially as we extend the conversation about no towns and possible delivery, and, this industry is, 7 years in now from when the first dispensary opened, and there's some maturity to it and some walls that still need.
And if I could just, add, just Commissioner Roy, to your comment, I don't know about the open meeting. I think we're going to be fine, just because we're not going to be talking about stuff in the tours that you don't already know and that we've talked about in public.
Okay.
So it's really some of these cities and towns that have raised their hands: Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, Chelsea, Northampton, Amherst, Holyoke, Provincetown, right? Is kind of, and going to some of these places that may possibly be open to social consumption, whether retailer or even the city or town. And we may even do some no towns, right? Just to kind of get some feedback. But that's coming down the pipeline quickly. So I just wanted to let you know that, and it's something that I'll be starting to work on next week. So, yeah.
And I know you guys have done so much work and outreach and meetings.
All of us, yeah.
A slew of it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, but those are my comments, and I know you were trying to adjourn, but I wanted to just put it out there for
I
conversation.
appreciate this. I really appreciate our transporters coming in. That was a helpful conversation. And again, appreciate your indulgence to have a second meeting, but focus on a lot of the issues that we don't get to talk about in our public meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, roll call vote, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. We are adjourned.
Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you, teamwork.